Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be able to do the next episode of the podcast today. I have my good friend Ryan Booth with me as our guest, and Ryan and we met during our missions in Canada, in Toronto, and the goal of the podcast is to. Oh, by the way, hello, Ryan.
Hey there. Good to see you.
Good to see you. We haven't seen face to face since our mission, so it's been 16, 17 years.
17, yeah. Wow. Yeah. 2004. I think you came back. You visited, so maybe 2005, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I did visit actually in May of 2005, and so did I see you?
I've seen you, I think, then. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So did I see you when I come back on my mission to just when I just?
Yeah. Yeah. Wherever I remember catching you, I think you had like a Toronto sweatshirt or something like that. You were rocking the mission pride and everything like that.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. Awesome. So yeah, we have some good memories together as missionaries. We never served in the same wards, and we were never companions, but we were around the same zone or something. So
yeah.
So I remember talking to you on the mission, and so as the goal of the podcast is to have people on with different perspectives and different experiences in the LDS Church. And so Ryan as a gay person, I think will have a very good let's say learning lessons for us because when we have been in the church, in the LDS Church, obviously we know that the church's relationship to gays is not has not always been the friendliest, and there are still issues related to it. So I think it's especially important to get to know someone who is actually himself experiencing these kinds of circumstances. So Ryan, welcome again, and let's start with your growing up in the church. And so just talk about everything. Like let's start with how you experienced church in your youth. What was your let's maybe what about your family? What was their relation to the church, and just kind of about that.
Yeah, great. So it's a pretty interesting story. I mean, a lot of people have different, the different backgrounds and things, and mine was probably less standard for your, American Mormon, American Western Mormon. My mom was actually Eastern European Jewish family, and in the LA area, she converted to be Mormon LDS in her teen years. Met my dad. They were both going to the University of Utah, a few years later. Eventually had me. They got divorced pretty quick after they had me. And then she was back in LA. So I had some time, raising me as a single mom. But from birth and on, was church. She was very, very devoted. She'd, converted. She'd gone on a mission. It was really like it just had full bore sunk into her life to be this profound, deeply committed thing for her. Very sincere, very sort of, all in on it. So when I was 6, she married a guy, a Mormon man who, had a few kids. He'd gotten divorced. They met, got married. And so that was the unit I mostly grew up in, was my mom and stepdad. And then his youngest of his kids from his first marriage was about my same age. And so that was a sister. That was the unit I grew up in. He was also very Mormon, from a, Mormon background in Idaho and Washington State. And I would say militant Mormon maybe is too heavy, but very Mormon. They're both just very, very Mormon. And you can say my stepdad, strict, but, right there's already, talking about this, the reason being, and so, and this is growing up still now in the LA area, um, which is culturally, I understand different from, I've never really lived in Utah. But, that experience of, being in LA, there was still a lot of Mormon people, even in the middle of everything happening in LA. And so my parents were, very involved in the LDS Church, very zealous, probably is the right word, more than militant, like I said a second ago. And but just that was a part of our lives, church on Sundays and all the other things during the week, and trying to do family home evening and things. But kind of what I alluded to just a second ago, I mean, it was already different though, growing up in a blended family in the Mormon church. Again, even in the LA area, I think we were the only family in our congregation that was blended, step parent situation, or a divorce had happened. So that right there was sort of a difference, in a way that just sort of things stood out. And there's just small things that you sort of get even from that, just to kind of touch on. But families forever, families can be together forever. Like, well, my family already isn't. So what does that mean? And there's questions like that. There's things that are just sort of like, okay. And it wasn't really a great home life. Good in a lot of ways, and bad in a lot of ways. And I don't know, looking back, where the Mormon aspects factored in, where just things with my parents, when I say parents, meaning my dad pieced out. I mean, he was, when they got divorced, he was gone. He wasn't an influence. He was just gone. So it was my mom and stepdad. But, I don't know how much their own issues, how much the Mormon church, how much me being gay. These are things that I look back on now, and this is surprising. I'm 37. And yet I look back, and I just in the last few years, which is, maybe we'll get to that, but it's just in the last few years that I've gotten to the place that I'm at. I mean, that's how deep the Mormonism was, and the belief, and a lot of the aspects around that. But I now, in these recent years, have been able to wonder, like, oh, wow, were these things, even being 7 or 8 years old and me acting in a certain way, like, was that raising flags with my parents saying, oh, he's gay, and treating me certain ways. And it's things I didn't even think about, for the longest time. And now I'm like, oh, wow, was that the earliest phases of sort of trying to shame that out of me, kind of thing. And so it was a funny dynamic. But yeah, it was, back on the main point of the question, very Mormon upbringing, very involved, very, very sincerely held Mormon beliefs. Like, it was all just very literal. One of the interesting things, oh, and go ahead. Yeah, if you're.
No, go ahead.
Okay. One of the interesting things too, that I think, so I stayed, I mean, we'll get to this, we'll see how this goes, but I just finally left the Mormon church in 2016. So I'm about to hit my 5-year mark. It's 2021 right now. So about to hit my 5-year mark of having left the Mormon church. So, not until I was 32. And you see teenagers now are coming out at like 13, 14. I mean, even younger, 11-year-olds being like, I think I like, the same gender that they are, versus, the opposite. And there's just that level of comfort, and certainly just age-wise, society-wise, it's not just a Mormon thing. That's just the difference in age. There's been a big, rapid shift, but also especially the Mormon aspect, just, keep things locked down. But I mean, I was really just in it. I was really, 32 is still a pretty long time to be stuck. And it did, I use that word consciously. It felt like I was stuck. It felt like it was something that just was kind of blocking progress. And, part of the things I think we, with the family, were very sincere about the Mormon church, but also it was a pretty intellectual upbringing.
Mm.
And so we would talk about like the warts in the Mormon history. Those weren't secrets. Those weren't, I have other friends, other people that I know that have left the LDS church that wow, did you know that this? Did you find out? Did you hear about this? And it was like, well, we were talking about that when I was like 7.
Mhm.
And it was faith. That's where things came down to. And I think in some ways that's cool, to have that perspective in that sense, that it's literally like, this is what we believe. And yeah, there are imperfections, and it isn't sort of this pure mythology that something like Joseph Smith had to be perfect and every LDS church leader has been perfect and every decision has been perfect. It's like, no, these were people. But the unfortunate thing is that that led to this reinforcement. It led to allowing for a lot of the excuses to be made, sort of by knowing about all this stuff. It wasn't anything that was like, oh wow, that's a deal breaker. It was like, well, yeah, we've kind of known about this for a long time. And I, it's unfortunate. It sort of got around ahead of things that I maybe would have questioned otherwise, policies or things in history.
Mm. So you were
It's
inoculated early against the human nature of leaders
yeah,
and errors that had been made.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And yeah, so that's, I mean, worth saying. I mean, that's worth saying. So where we keep going. I mean,
Sure.
go on to the
Yeah.
mission,
So
go
so
to
so you said that but you said you started noticing that you were different in the in this, let's say, attraction, when it comes to being attracted. You noticed it from when, 7 and 8 years old?
So, I look back, like I said now, and I wonder if there were things the way my parents treated me, or even people at church, other people at church, trying to rein in the gay kid. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure when I consciously knew like, oh, this is gay, but I know it was way, way back. I mean, very young, that it was uh, sort of realizing that I like, you get the concept of crushes, or it's something that's there earlier on, and I was pretty perceptive, which again worked against me, because I talked to other people that are just like, yeah, I was 15 and I realized I was gay, and it just like clicked, and I'm like, oh, I was like way younger, and just it always had been this simmering thing. So I don't know, I mean, but it was just, I knew way, yeah, I mean, at least 7, 8, I mean,
Can
at
you can
least.
you remember, can you remember still those times as a kid, and how did you, like, in what way were you different, or what, because yeah, I can tell that maybe like when I was 6 or 7, 8 years old, I started to, let's say, have crush on a neighbor girl or something,
Yeah.
but did you have like a similar for
Yeah.
boys, or what?
Yeah, it was just that exact same thing. It was, and it was sort of this realization of sort of the, culturally in general, I do have to say general culture. I don't want to just lump it all on the Mormon church. It's not like America was, already just some like bastion of LGBTQ rights and progressivism. It's general culture was still not the best with this. And the Mormon culture was even more so. But it's, someone just recently was asking me about Mormon teachings, like, well, where do you even pick it up? And some of the things they were talking about, like the plan of salvation kinds of things. And it's those things you don't realize for non-Mormons, they're clueless. They have no idea. And it's actually pretty funny how good we probably both are at going through that, because on the mission, I mean, you have literal diagrams, that you're like pre-earth life and all like this. You lay it out that simple. And that is not how the world thinks. That, I mean, and the world isn't at a loss for that. The world isn't out there thinking, oh, woe is us, versus Mormons, where everyone just has these questions, just what's the point of life? Where did we come from? Where we, like, no, most people in the world aren't going around living in just this existential crisis. I mean, again, that was Mormon gaslighting, at least the way I would describe it was, hey, everyone outside this Mormon church is lost and wondering about these things. And isn't it great we have the answers? But people asked me about that recently, and I could go through it, and they're like, when did you learn all this? When did they train you, like all of these things? And like, what level is this? What, like, you like in the temple is? I'm like, no, this is like picture books before I can even remember. This is things for Mormons. I mean, that they're reading picture books to infants
Mm.
that have these photos and things. Like, this is before I could even talk or read or walk that I was being indoctrinated with this viewpoint.
Mhm.
And so it's the same kind of thing. Like, I don't know when I knew gay was bad, but somehow it was already there. So that even 6 or 7, it
Mhm.
was already, I already knew like, oh, that's not right. It was, I like kind of, I think I have a crush on that boy, and
Mhm.
I'm a boy. And it was like, oh, and don't ever tell anyone that. Like, that's not how it's supposed to be. Like, you're not
Mhm.
supposed to, find a girl to have a crush on. And I just kept thinking, okay, there would be girls, and then I would just have crushes on them. And like,
Mhm.
oh, that just kept not happening.
Mhm.
But
But I think how should I say that? Yeah, the Mormon community was not alone in this view right back then, because
correct.
I mean I grew up in the let's say officially atheist country, Soviet Union, right? And
Uh,
I mean I remember from the young age that gay is not the way, like it's like
yeah,
it was a taboo, and it wasn't considered normal. And so obviously the churches um, how should I say it? It's been talked about more in the church, more like consciously. It's maybe discussed more, but for whatever reason, when I grew up totally non-religious. I had the same view that
yeah,
you're just not gay, but or maybe it's just that by human nature, when you're straight yourself, then you can't imagine like being gay, right? And it just feels so foreign.
yeah.
So you have to be, let's say, civilized to be able to start empathizing and understanding other people and say, okay, they're gay, that's okay, So
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so wouldn't just fault the LDS Church on that. Culturally in the States and California and lots of places in the world, there's been a lot of progress in the last, 20, 30 years.
mhm.
And more, but I mean, especially we've seen some bigger changes and there's a lot more to do. Uh, but
but
yeah,
but but what was this? Since you started noticing that you were different, at the same time you were growing up actively in the church,
yeah.
like and you obviously ended up on a mission, and so like did you remember feeling a lot of like internal conflict while growing up?
Yeah. Yeah, very much. So, I mean, like I said, my home life wasn't good. Um, and so there was actual conflict. My parents were, I mean, bluntly, just very gaslighting towards me, and they
What
used
does
the LDS
gaslighting
Church.
mean, by the way? I know it's
Yeah,
very much used, but I'm not
yeah,
familiar with.
yeah. So it's an old movie. I think it's like Ingmar Bergman, way back, and it's she's like an heiress, or and this man comes into the picture to try and get her fortune, and he does things that starts trying to convince her that she's crazy, like literally that she's insane. All these kind of messing with all of these small things, progressively, building up on that to try and get her, to be declared legally insane and to take over. And so the term now generally, gaslighting is just when you have these systems that sort of, take your own perceptions and probably maybe valid perceptions and maybe just your experience in the world, and then seek to redefine that as, no, you're not perceiving that correctly. You're insane. You're crazy. You'd be crazy to think something other than this
Right,
viewpoint.
right.
You'd be crazy to think something other than the Mormon Church. You'd be
Mhm.
crazy to think something other than what my parents had said, or
Mhm.
something like that. Or and it's a method of control. It's a form of
Kind of like
abuse.
manipulation somehow.
Yeah, it's manipulation. It's manipulation. It's abusive. It's getting someone to do things or act in a certain way that isn't in their own best interest. And it's, for whoever the perpetrators purposes are, and it's a pretty gross way. It's just psychologically messing with someone to get them to act how you want them to act or do what you want. So yeah, had a pretty good amount of that. And so I carried just a lot of just this built-in thinking I was messed up. I was really messed up. And what for me though is like I felt detached from like the regular population of the world, that it was like, oh, I'm this messed up person. But then I also felt like I didn't really fit in at church because I was this fundamentally evil person because of, the family, and maybe because I was messed up and because I was gay, not even just one individual thing. And so it was like I was stuck in this weird place, but it was like LDS doctrine was like the thing that was the one real thing in the world, the one sort of like thing that actually mattered. And so early on, I learned to just subvert my own feelings and desires. And really, it's something I'm still unpacking now, like still is sort of like, wow, I went so long. Any of my own feelings, if I'm attracted to something, no, that's bad. And not just, oh, that's not a good attraction. Like, I shouldn't have a third piece of chocolate cake. I mean, it was, and that I want that fundamentally reflects that I am like a bad person. I am a lesser person. I am like evil by nature, that I would have these feelings, that are gay, those kinds of things. And on top of everything else. So just so much shame and so much like robbing of confidence and, the ability to make choices, the ability to even pursue things. I mean, I'm learning, to like things, you kind of just have to be open to liking things and give it a shot and try it. And then it's like, oh, I like that. But I wouldn't, that was dangerous. It was dangerous territory for me to just freely like something, to not overthink every single thing that I did, was, well, I might like the wrong thing because there's something fundamentally broken about me. I mean, it wasn't great.
Was that fundamentally broken thing due to also the doctrine that, we are inherently sinful, we have to repent, we have to stay away from sins? Do you think that kind of played into it?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I had, there's all the standard Mormon stuff, and I just took it very, very, very literally. And I looked, and I can realize even going back, and I would see other families or other, teens in the congregation, and it was almost like they just took it a little bit more easily. Like they were a little more at ease about it all. And to me, it was all like very, very serious. And they didn't just have this like internalized continual sense of guilt. And it's, funny that I can see, even faithful, dedicated Mormons, that to this day, that they just didn't end up with that. They didn't have that kind of shame loop with it. They sort of took the doctrine and like, follow it and live, nice lives. Whereas for me, it just was so much heavier. And
you know the term scrupulosity?
Kind of, yeah.
It's kind of like religious OCD, Is that
yes.
kind of like how you would describe yourself? Or
yeah, pretty much. And everyone has their own flavor. I mean, I remember, well, I won't be super specific, but meeting a Mormon at some point, also from Southern California, and it's just funny. And this person, I was making like hot chocolate or something, and this person was aghast. They were just, what? I'm like, what? It's just hot chocolate. And they were like, but we don't drink hot drinks. And I'm like, wait, no, that's like coffee and tea. The Mormon, like, this is like that's well defined in the Mormon Church. That's what oddly, you don't get too many things that they very, very specifically spell out. But within the word of wisdom and hot drinks, that had long been spelled out as coffee and tea, not even herb tea.
Yep.
But this person was just, oh well, no, we don't do any hot drinks in my family. And so it's like, wow, okay, everyone has their own different flavors. Everyone has their own, kind of little takes on how specific, with a particular Mormon doctrine they'll be, or kind of their own thing. My family was funny. Playing cards were literally like the devil. The symbols on playing cards were, we never could quite define it. If we ever would ask, this was something my stepdad had, and it was just, no, we don't ever bring playing cards in the house. And
Did
it
you
was
celebrate
like,
Christmas?
we did, yeah. Christmas was great. Christmas was all out Christmas.
Because for the Jehovah's Witnesses, Christmas is like a pagan celebration, and they don't celebrate Christmas.
Yeah. No, Mormon. That's the joke. With Mormons, like, and Mormon culture is just, let's be blunt, Mormon culture is so gay. That's the funniest thing ever. It is so gay. I would love if you could really start to unpack how many gay people have had an influence on things within the Mormon church, because Mormons go all out for Christmas, for Halloween, for all the holidays. Like, we just gay it up. Mormons love Disneyland and all these other things. And you look at like the Venn diagram of like gay culture and Mormon culture, there is oddly so much like campy overlap. If you know the term camp, it's sort of like this ridiculous skewering of pop culture. It's like it's a whole genre. It's kind of within the absurd, but it's pretty good natured. It's one of those terms. It's almost hard to define by its nature, but the gay world does camp very, very well. Like, gays own camp.
All right.
And then, funny enough, Mormons are really good at camp. They just, the road, I don't know if you had that, in Europe or anything, but like road shows, like where you'd put on these plays and like go from like church building to church building as like teenagers and just do like 5 plays in one night. And all of the other, we'd dress up for Pioneer Day. We would, go have a huge Pioneer Day thing, and we'd all dress up. And so, holidays. Oh, did we do holidays? And,
Estonians, like, for example, Europe is so different. Like, Europe has such a wide spectrum, but we are in like the northern countries, Estonia. Estonians are notoriously untemperamental. We are very laid back and very kind of individualistic and sticking to our own. And like, so, yeah, we are. I would. I don't say that we don't like. That Estonians don't like partying and stuff, but I think for the historical reasons, it has to do with consuming a lot of alcohol and stuff. And so, but it's not as, I think in Estonia also there's more and more people that try to party without alcohol and things, like, or not to get just super drunk every party, but yeah, Mormons are very festive, celebratory people, and, and that's true. But with all of this inner conflict and turmoil, and I understand that not the ideal family circumstance, maybe, but you decided to go on a mission. So why did you decide to go on a mission?
Yeah. So, it was good. It was really good. Like, I went, and there was something, I just didn't have like this real like nudging or guidance at home either. That was one of the things. There just wasn't real this guidance from my parents. And what sucked is that it closed me off in so many ways. I was closed off to even getting that from other people. And I'm glad for people in my LDS congregation growing up that were good influences on me and good people, and sort of thought that, because for me, just so much of it felt like there isn't a future, like, for this defective, awful person. Like, there's nothing. And it was something, I was pretty well into high school. And just, this is just how ridiculous it was. I had pretty good grades in high school. I was actually oddly pretty involved in a lot of clubs and civic and social things, volunteering all the time, beach cleanups and building houses and whatever it was, scrubbing graffiti. Just all these things, but all of it felt like I was this overachiever, but I felt all the time like I was just the laziest, worst person. And again, just fundamentally just didn't have a place. I mean, so really it was warped. And this is one of the things that stuck with me for a long time. And then going back to high school even, but literally thinking that God was just doing the work for me. Like I was too dumb. I was too lazy. I was too bad. And so like, well, but for some reason, like my grades are pretty good and I have this other stuff. And like, it just was all just pray. Like I prayed my way into those grades. I prayed my way into like good SAT scores and things. And bringing that up because getting to college. So before I graduated high school, I was actually still just 17. And at the time, more missions, you know, you couldn't go on until you were 19. And so I applied for college, you know, which again, that's why I bring that up. That was, you know, halfway through high school, even sort of thinking, wait, maybe I can do college. Maybe, I mean, I have these shreds of sort of, wait, maybe I can kind of do something in my life. And applied to BYU, applied to a few other places, got into BYU really easily, which is funny. I kind of alluded, I didn't fully click with like the Mormon kids. And I remember when I got into BYU, it was actually a very quick response for some reason that I heard back very quickly. And the Mormon kids were just, I mean, because I was going to seminary in the morning, I was doing all the things, but I was always just felt still outside. And that I realized how much my own vibe has had the effect of having that other people weren't really shunning me, but that I treated so many other people like they would shun me, that I sort of invited the distance. And I didn't realize, and that's been a long term. I haven't realized how much I basically invited angst from other people. But, you know, even something like that, it was funny getting to BYU and they're, what? How, you know? And I was like, I was the same. I'm like, I don't know, because I'm just this awful monster. I mean, but got in thankfully some other schools too. And I say thankfully intentionally, there was something even about it then that I just knew. And looking at like the BYU acceptance letter, I ended up going to UC Irvine. It's part of the University of California system, great school. And
so you didn't go to BYU. You got it accepted, but you didn't go.
And I knew. I was like, something about BYU just felt like I'm gonna go to BYU, and like I don't think this is gonna go very well. And probably a good choice, because probably, real blunt, I probably would have gone to BYU. I probably would have ended up fooling around with a guy, you know, in the first year. I mean, which is something that happened at Irvine. But if I'd been at BYU, I would have gone just like I did at Irvine when it happened, to my bishop and confessed. And I'm going to hell. I'm devastated, just devastated. I can't, everything is lost. Their only point in life was being Mormon and following these things. And now I'm going to get excommunicated, and, you know, there's nothing. And this is just like mild fooling around. I mean, we're not even talking about like some kind of but at BYU, I probably would have talked myself right into getting kicked out of school, and just the mental blow that it would have confirmed everything. You know, I would have been back at home in not a good situation with my parents, and thinking like I didn't deserve to go to college, and, you know, I couldn't, you know, so, but the opposite, thankfully, I went to Irvine and I did well. I got 2 years in before that first year. I didn't have this kind of open experience. I didn't go and just explore and be open-minded. I was very closed off. I didn't make connections. I don't look back, and I don't have people, basically anyone from those first 2 years before my mission. And this is college. These are my college years. There's no one. There's no one that I can I form these like lifelong connections with, or did anything. I was so reserved. And what's funny, most of that first year, I didn't even go to church because I felt so guilty, because I had fooled around. And
so that fooling around happened like at the start of the school year.
Yeah, pretty quick. Yeah. So, I mean, Mormon parents, don't be afraid to send your kids to school. Just, you know, teach them sex ed, and teach them confidence, and teach them autonomy. I mean, and let them know that, you know, hey, people make choices and they're not going to hell, you know, for one mistake, even if, you know, you do think of it as a mistake.
Can I quickly detour here and ask you?
Yeah.
Did you ever date a girl or any girls? Have you ever dated?
So not
And
not
try to have heterosexual intimacy or something? Or
ugh. um not
just for
really.
as an experiment or something.
Yeah, I mean there was like keeping up appearances, and not that it was conscious. It was trying to do the right thing. So I went. I mean, again, as much of a loser as I thought I was, like in my high school, you only go to prom as a senior. If it's a silly thing, prom. It's this huge, big, it's a big formal dance. At the end of the senior year. I went like 3 times with 3 different, women, like um, and so yet I thought I was like this unlovable, invalid person, and yet like this thing that most people, if they go once, kind of thing. But and I was trying. There'd be other school dances or functions or things that I would try, but it worked really well in my favor. At that point, the LDS Church had really started leaning into being anti-dating, so it was just, I'd heard for the longest time, absolutely no dating whatsoever until you're 16. And then even then, once you're 16, there's no paired off, everything in groups, everything. And it was like, cool. That gave me an easy out, so that like there was no pressure to have to date, to have to do, things like that. But like I said, these dances or some of these events, I would ask girls, because that's what you do. You're a boy, you ask a girl.
By the
Yeah.
way, since you're a good-looking young man, you can talk well. Did girls ever ask you out, or?
Probably, but I was so oblivious to it. I just was just thought I just didn't deserve friends and didn't deserve, and so I'm glad for the friends that I did have. I did have friends. I did have people, but was so oblivious to kind of positive attention. I wasn't even recognizing it. And
And plus, the
I've
Mormon culture is very chastity focused, and
yeah,
you
yeah,
don't want to mess up and so forth.
yeah. I
Yeah.
was funny. I'll share a funny story. This actually happened between my first and second year of college. I was home for the summer. I was working that different story. I was working an internship. We'll just leave it at that. And I impulsively, like, this was a week or two before I had to be back at school. I just bought plane tickets to New York, like by myself. And I just, like, the next morning I told my parents, I was like, hey, and I'd never been to New York City. And there was just something about it that just, I was like, I want to go to New York City. And I just like, I did it. I'd had like some money that just had been, saved up. And I saw this like really, really good deal and was like, oh, that's like really cheap. It was like $50 round trip.
Wow.
And I was like, at Los Angeles to New York, I'm like, I'm going to do this. And so the next morning I was like, hey, I did something. And this is funny with my parents for the weird stuff. It was one of those, it could have been a meltdown, but instead they were just like, oh, okay. And they're like, well, we'll get you the hotel. I was like, oh, okay. And I'm just like 18. So I was 18, but I mean, it's funny the things that land, and that trip was amazing. That was eye-opening. I mean, just getting to New York was just electrifying, and it just felt like this taste of freedom that I had been.
And you were by yourself, and
School. Yeah, even a year of school by myself, had still been, something about being in New York was just immediately empowering and electrifying. And the reason I bring it up is we were talking about the attention from other people. I remember at one point I'm walking down a street in Manhattan somewhere, and the hustle and bustle, and it's just amazing. And there's this guy, we're stopped at an intersection, and he's just stunningly attractive. And I'm just like standing there. And he looks over and he's just like, hey, how are you? And I'm just like, I'm just like, I froze. I just froze. And this guy doesn't know. He's just this New Yorker, and he's super attractive. And he's just like, yeah, well, F you too. The right reaction when someone says hi is to just say hi, try some basic friendliness. And then he probably flipped me off and walks away. And I'm just like, what was funny is just, you mentioned people, ever showing me attention and, how oblivious I was and things. And I just was like, the key takeaway is like, wow, guy was really attractive and he like wanted to talk to me. Like, it was those dawning, those little teeny realizations of wait, I'm not just this monster out in society, kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
did that kind of lift your self-esteem a little bit? And
yeah, but what was funny enough, so what this translates to, this is now going into my second year of college, and this translates into the full-on leaning into the Mormonism. My confidence starts to grow, and then it's oddly enough starts to be like, wow, like a mission was something for me growing up that was so key. Like, it was just so like going on a mission is like the most important thing. The most important things you can do in life, the most important, get baptized, get the priesthood, get the next level of priesthood, go to the temple, for your endowment, go on a mission, come home and get sealed in the temple to a spouse and have kids. That was it. That was the only purpose in life. And so if I wasn't following those steps, then, and really like the confidence was so weak. I didn't even think I could go on a mission. I was too evil and I was too incapable. And so oddly, as this confidence starts to grow, instead of me pulling away from the LDS Church, which, wow, I wish had frankly been the case, I instead got more confident about being more active in the LDS Church. So I come back to my second year of college, and again, still, just turned. Well, no, I was 18 and going to turn 19 that second year. But talking to my bishop down there, and the tearful confessions and all these things, and it turned into this whole thing. Ended up, like, he was so nice and he was so compassionate, the bishop in my congregation down there. But still ended up, just warped, ended up getting sent to therapy as part of, dealing with these feelings for the same gender. And thankfully the therapist, he was an LDS therapist. Thankfully he wasn't, and he could have been, he was aware, but he didn't guide me to the real reparative therapy or change therapy or whatever they kind of want to call it, but they're, therapize the gay out of someone, which does not work. Is, again, we talked about gaslighting. That is a hardcore form of gaslighting, trying to fundamentally tell someone something that just is a fundamental part of who they are is not. There's no choosing gay. There's no, it just is, you are, it's your just lived experience. We all have our own lived experiences, what we identify as our gender, as our sexual orientation, as our feelings. They are what they are. And we do so much. I just
want to quickly intercept. I don't want to take time with it, but just to mention that, as many, there have been many surveys that are trying to, basically understand whether you're born gay or whether you choose to be gay at some point. And most likely, so far at least, they see that it is not something that you choose. It's rather, let's say, nature programs it into you, or rather it's something that happens to you when you're still a fetus, and has to do with hormones and whatnot. I'm not a doctor or specialist, but for what I did learn in preparation for this interview, that's what I came to understand. And this is something that is not foreign or unknown to the church leaders either. So
it's things that get treated as if they're a little bit more mysterious than they are. It's like, no, this is a pretty long settled issue. There's things, they say it probably 3 to 5% of the population probably identifies or would be able to be identified as more, exclusively gay, exclusively attracted to the same gender. Beyond that, it's surprising. It's something that's maybe even like 20% of the human species is far more open-minded, what we might call bisexual, which is something we're still exploring, or pansexual, or people think of all these different terms. It's like, well, no, the point is we're learning so much as a species. We're connecting so much. We have the internet. The internet is the cat is out of the bag. I think that is the thing in our society. That is the thing that I think the Mormon church is dealing with, all religions are dealing with, all systems, institutions, governments. Like, there's one just incredible thing that has happened in our lifetime, and it's the widespread distribution of the internet. We're having this conversation right now in real time, thousands of miles apart. We have access in devices in our pockets at any given time to basically all of recorded human knowledge. It is a fantastic time to be alive, and it is shaking all of these old systems and notions. And we have a lot more to learn. But we already know a lot of stuff. We've already figured out a lot of stuff. We've already been able to connect and realize, like, oh, you know, human behavior is far less limited than a lot of the ways that we've been isolated and kind of within all sorts of different groups, faith groups, nationalities, different things, you know, that we think, well, this is how one thing is or isn't. And it's like, well, now we're realizing, no, there's a lot more spectrum. There's a lot more spread. And that's all actually the common human experience. It's actually something that should unite us, gay, straight, anything in between, male, female, anything else. I mean, it's now that's part of the human experience. It's part of something that we're all human first and foremost. And these other things we get so hung up on, gender, orientation, skin color, nationality, like, no, we are the ones trying to label and narrow and stop that, because it's holding us back. It is an excuse to just go do whatever you want. I mean, and that's just a fallacy that people think, well, if you allow this, or like, no, it's not an excuse to just go do whatever you want, but it's the freedom as a species to embrace each other and say, wait, we are all one. We're all species, and we can work together, and we look different ways, and we act in different ways. But when we don't isolate each other because of that, and cut each other off because of that, or limit each other, we do better.
Right. And I think that in that sense, it is sort of like natural that that these things take time a little bit to sink in, and for this information to get out, because I mean, culturally, historically, the narrative has always been that gay is bad, it's unnatural, and you can see stories in the Old Testament from thousands of years ago, where it's already being discussed as a sin. Well, obviously there are now scripture scholars who say that it's not so cut and dry in the scriptures either, that you could say that it doesn't actually talk about homosexuality. It doesn't talk about that being gay is sin, but it talks about something else. But did you want to address that, or?
Yeah, I think that's a good point to make. I mean, that's what's funny is even we look at it's a much more modern concept of what homosexuality even is. It's gross. It is basically Western Europe in a much more modern era that has sort of set the tone for what we think of gay as right now worldwide in a lot of ways. And it was just as false morals. And it's basically, you look at the way land was passed on and property was passed on, and well, gay was a problem, but they even only defined it as men, a man with a man. And it just became a way for religious institutions to exert control. It became a way to just kind of regulate for, you can read about it, you can dig into it, but it's sad. And that's where you start to see the first laws against homosexuality. I mean, they're very recent, 1800s, where we think, there's historical things, but I mean, you look, there were emperors of Rome that were openly with male partners, and people, there's long stretches of human history we have documented people were very open to all sorts of different expressions of intimacy and love, and not tied to concepts of gender. I mean, there's all cultures around the world today that have very different views of gender, in the Western world, but the Western world became very dominant with the Industrial Revolution and exported that everywhere. And you can dig into, like I said, the reasons why. What's sad is you don't even see these laws. They couldn't even fathom the concept that women could literally like a woman couldn't even have sex without a man. So a woman couldn't even be gay. So they left women out. I mean, that's just how ridiculous it was, is that women escaped a lot of the earlier days of our modern iteration of anti-gay laws and culture, because I mean, that's just how misogynistic things were. They didn't even think women were empowered enough. Like, well, how could two women be gay together? Like, I mean, just things like that. You know, and seeing how much that is, you know, filtered down to where we are now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were back in the day. I mean, even I think as recently as a few hundred years ago, they were still discussing whether, you know, women were even real people, whether they even had souls, you know, and
Yeah.
such. So
Well, we just hit the 100-year mark in the U.S. You know, we just hit the
with the
100-year
vote,
mark.
with the voting rights or something.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean things like women not, you know, holding bank accounts until the 60s, and in certain, you know, being able to like be truly. I mean, there's a lot of progress on a lot of fronts that our
Mhm.
society needs to make, and
But
um,
so the ironic thing is that that if you interpret that the Bible is against homosexuality, then ironically you also then recognize that homosexuality has been around, you know, since the beginning of time, so to speak, and that kind of actually lends more credence to the idea that it is natural. It has always been, and I mean, obviously, when you look at the historical record, you know, there always have been gays, and
yeah,
a
yeah,
certain percentage of the population, and it's so likewise it happens also in the animal kingdom,
yeah.
which also, if you're a naturalist, this kind of gives you an idea that is part of like a normal occurrence in
Yeah.
nature. So
Yeah, it's not something unnatural, and nor is it then on the Mormon side, you know, because this is something for me that, well, you have to fight the natural man. Well, you don't fight the natural man that says, you know, we need to eat food and drink water and get sleep. Those are, there's different levels. There's, you know, if you have desires inside, you know, the Mormon doctrine, the natural man, your natural inclinations are bad, which how unfortunate too, the way that that perpetuates in our society, to think that it leads to so much, I think, where we see this happen, to be afraid of other people's, to think of other people as lazy, or that they would be bad. And one of the great things in my life, really, again, getting away from the Mormon church, and I won't entirely fault the Mormon church. I have my own, you know, flavor of experience. It kind of got me where I was. So I won't say this was entirely, but some of the things like that of realizing just, no, like people aren't fundamentally lazy, and they aren't fundamentally evil. Your average human being, you want to be productive, you want to do things, and, you know, sure, like, you can be greedy. Humans are powerful, smart creatures, and we have this interesting concept where we can be deliberately awful.
mhm.
And so consciously not doing that is important. It is important to sort of say, okay, I can be ruthless, I can dominate, I can be greedy and power hungry, and you know what, it's probably better for everyone if I'm not like that, and if other people aren't like that, and there's a lot of value to be had. And so maybe, you know, resisting those urges, but over applying that to things that are just basic functions of human existence, that's where it turns problematic. And, you know, talking about things, that's why I bring up more recent history of, you know, anti-gay things, talking about the Bible, talking about things. It is definitively clear cut at this point that the Bible doesn't talk about homosexuality. There's one passage that people will look at sometimes, and the best bet is that if, like, we're remotely getting translations right and things, is that it sort of seems like it's implying don't be a pedophile. It's not, it's something like man shall not lie with man, is like the simplistic translation in like the King James version of the Bible. And again, contextually, it's not even very clear entirely. I mean, literally, we had in our Mormon missionary handbook, companions should not sleep in the same bed. I mean, in 2000 years, if someone finds that and they think, you know, like, you know, it's just, what a silly notion. Like, well, companions, like, So spouses, God does not want spouses to sleep in the same bed. I mean, there's just
No.
these so many things that like,
You think we
that,
don't have the context, and therefore we
yeah.
cannot judge it. Okay.
And that's the thing that we've stretched, and we know that that's not it. And there's nothing in the Book of Mormon, doesn't have anything, nothing in Mormon early church teachings or even real solid doctrinally was ever anti-gay.
And as far as the Mormon Church goes, it doesn't matter anyway, because we have the living prophets who can
Exactly.
overturn anything, anytime,
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So it doesn't actually, the funny thing, it's like we look at these things, the scriptures as these foundational guides, and the early Mormon establishment of doctrine even as early and as the foundational guides. And yet then we're pulling all of these things that aren't actually from any of that. And it's like, wait, when did the Mormon Church introduce this such an anti-gay stance? I don't know. So,
But let's go back to, so you said
yeah.
you became more involved with the church on your second year at UC Irvine, and then that prepared you to go on a mission.
Yeah, so spent that second year. The leader down there was really good. Like I said, you know, the therapy thing was funny. If anything, that just kind of helped me be more confident. So it was a good thing. Cheers to that guy, that therapist. And so I thought I was all set. Like, you know, coming home from that second year of college, it was like one of the first few days I got back. Maybe the first day I got back, I met with my home bishop to finalize my mission paperwork. Had turned 19 by that point. And then had the interview with the stake president. And I thought I was like in a good place. It had been a lot of suffering, a lot of just, you know, and then just being more overly involved in church things and trying to overcompensate. And I still remember, I mean, my mom drove me to the stake president interview, and we're going, and it's just pretty routine. This guy was old, you know, old school, going through, and I think the Mormon Church had just increased like the standards. I think they called this like this raising the bar thing. I think this was part of that, but he got like very specific with questions.
2003 that was, yeah?
2003. Yeah, this was 2003. And he was very specific, you know, where you know, a temple interview or kind of even just your regular standard worthiness interviews, you know, they can be pretty probing, but this had gotten very specific. And I was nervous, you know, because I just thought, you know, and it's funny, my bishop down at school had been like, you know, you've taken care of this. You've you know, you're not going to hell. I'm confident you can go on a mission. You've taken care of this. But this stake president back in my home stake ended up, you know, just, and he somehow went in and was dancing around, you know, like, with women, have you done this with them? Have you done this with them? Have you done this? And it was like really specific. It was weird.
Okay.
And I was like, no. And I was no. And that was all honest. And then it was like something, I don't know if he just wondered or, you know, then he was like, have you done any of those things with a man? And he's like, don't. And so then I'm like, well, I did this, there's that. And I mean, he was just, I felt like such garbage. He was just overtly disgusted. He was so disgusted. It was just, like he couldn't believe I was like in the room with him. And was just aghast. And just stops. I don't think we even finished the interview, just stops. He just is just like, and I was like, well, and I tell him the whole thing, you know, like, well, I was like my bishop down there and this therapist, and I just spent a year, you know, doing all this stuff, and you know, and I don't know, and I just feel like, but the most important thing I can do is go on a mission, and so I'm trying. And he was like, oh, I just don't. I mean, I remember he made a comment, something. He's like, well, but what about the other missionaries? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I mean, but just if someone like you was among them. You know, like, you know, and he's right.
It's actually a valid concern, isn't it?
I mean, kind of. I mean, what's funny? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's.
Haven't you heard of stories that the elders get in, you know, to intimate relationships, and I have. I mean, so
Well,
it
I mean,
happens.
it was funny. It was far more common. The thing that was happening way more common, which is how often it was. These are just young teenage men and women, and as often as they were, mostly the males and females hooking up with each other, or hooking
Sure.
up with someone else in the area that they lived in, and that was far more. But again, from my perspective, like Mormon Church was like mythology. None of that stuff ever happened. No one that I went to church with ever did the things like that I had done. No one was bad in the ways I was bad. And so I had no concept of something like that, even beforehand. But that is the irony. My actual gut take would tell me, and kind of everything I've seen and everyone I've talked to since, is actually the gays that are out on Mormon missions were probably actually far less likely to end up doing anything, having any sort of romantic entanglement, because just the level of shame and fear was so much stronger. So the irony kind of with that, that the behavior that was the worst behavior was actually probably less likely to be happening.
Sure.
It's
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
more repressed. But so I mean, so this is that's the interview. I'm just traumatized. And so he's like, well, he's just doesn't even know what to do. And finally, just I don't know. I wouldn't send you out there, but I'm gonna have to roll this up the chain, so I don't know the exact expression he used, but I'm gonna have to, contact church authorities or
By the
whatever.
way, objectively, how accurate do you think your impersonation of him is? I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's pretty accurate. I mean, honestly, I may be being less scary than he was. This is me as a 19-year-old with some guy in his, late 60s. It was tall. He was a big guy. He was a very stern, that old model of like that, just stern guy. And then, this position of power and everything was just terrifying to me. But he was, I've seen the spectrum, and I think mostly lucky. I would say most of my Mormon church leaders were gentle, kind, good guys. Good, I mean, and yes, guys, because that's the only option. But yeah, he was different. He was, I hear other people's stories. I mean, and I know someone that got, I mean, in the gay world, I know a Mormon who had never done anything, who had a similar experience like this, but merely just confessed that he thought he might have feelings for the same gender, and he got excommunicated with a bishop or a stake president kind of in that same ilk, who was that same but worse. And this was someone from Utah.
But this had to be long ago, because they don't do that now.
This was not too different from the era that I'm talking about, the same era. This person was, maybe I would say they're a few years older than me, so maybe late 90s, Utah.
Yeah, but that wouldn't happen. That would not happen today, I don't think.
I don't think it would happen today. I agree. I don't think I would. The awareness is so much better. There's so many
especially
things.
that the church is trying to hold on to everyone that's willing to stay. So
yeah. So yeah, but I mean, no. So I mean, there's worse examples, and I mostly had really good, kind, compassionate Mormon church leaders. I think people really trying to live good lives and be good people, and who were supportive and kind, and I appreciate that. This person was scary, and in this context, so I leave. I go out to the parking lot, and I think I'm probably crying, frankly. And I get in the car, and my mom's just so excited because she's like, "What's wrong? Did you have a spiritual experience?" And I'm like, "No, like it didn't seem very good." She's like, "Well, what's how? Is he sending in your papers? Your papers. That's how Mormons call, going on a mission, sending in your papers." And I was like, "No, I don't know." And I wouldn't say. She's like, "Well, what?" And I was just mortified that my parents would, we just didn't talk about sexuality. And it was like just a deep, 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 deep shame and fear that if people found out, I mean, that would be it. There's no
so
function.
they did not even officially know that you were gay.
I mean, but they also should have known. I look back now and like, did they catch me looking at gay porn when I was like 13? Like, yeah, like, and then how many other times? I mean, they're just in like the way I acted, like how nice it would have been if they had felt empowered enough to be like, hey, dude, like, do you like boys? And be like, it's okay. But, my parents didn't have that either. That wasn't an option for them. They couldn't, if they wanted to be good parents, they couldn't tell a kid that they thought was gay, even if they were consciously even having those thoughts. I think they consciously didn't even have the thoughts. I think they just repressed even thinking it. Because if they did, what were they supposed to do with it? They certainly couldn't tell me it was okay, because, but so I'm there, and I end up saying something like, well, he's just concerned, I haven't been as active in the Mormon church, while I've been down at college, and maybe I'm just not, as active. And so, he just said he just needed to think about it. We went through everything and it's all set. Otherwise, all the other things that, you need to do, it was all there. Everything was in order, but he just said, he just had to think about it. And it was like, okay. And again, it was like, my family was like, and let's just not talk about that, let's not pick further, because like, we don't want to consider what might be underneath. We're just not even going to go there. And so I'm back home that summer.
You had to present some kind of a plan to your parents, or they kind of give them an idea of, is this going to be resolved, or how is it going to be resolved, right?
Yeah, I was just like, he has to think about it. And at the same time too, I'd taken a leave from school. I'd put into, and it was the weirdest thing. So this is like mid-June, early June, and it's just going on in the summer. And I'm just like, we'd call the stake president's office probably like once a week to be like, so is there, and it was like nothing. And then, like, my parents were sort of like, they were starting to get a little bit more, which was nice, because they were very rare that they would also really step up for me or defend me in any kind of situation. And it was funny because in this, they ended up going a little more out, where I don't know if it was my mom or stepdad or both, that sort of found him, the stake president, at some kind of meeting or something. And it was like, hey, what are you doing? Why are you, sitting on his papers? And they were like, well, he went on vacation for like 4 weeks. Like, what, where is this answer? Where is this? And I don't know if I even knew. I guess at a certain point, maybe he'd called me. And this is over the course of a few months, this whole summer, where things are just up in the air. And I'm trying to be extra zealous, pray extra hard, read the scriptures extra hard, go to all the church activities, go to all the Sunday stuff, and he told me like he'd submitted the papers with a note about the situation, and would wait to hear back from Salt Lake on what their determination is, if I was allowed to go on a mission or not. And so that's what I'd heard that. I was like, okay. And then it was just like, I ended up traveling somewhere for a few weeks. My parents were, I think, overseas for work for something. And then like, I'd gotten home, and then they were still gone. My stepsister was off. I don't know where she was at, but I'm back home. I'd only been back home for a couple days. And then there's a packet that comes, and I was just like, from the LDS Church. And I was just like, and I was embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. I didn't want to, because I was afraid, what if it just said like, hey, this is like all the paperwork for excommunicating you, like, you vile demon. I didn't know. I didn't even know that like anything had ever even, I was still just in this limbo. And so I'm too afraid to even tell people. And, it's in the Mormon church, it's this big thing when someone gets their mission call, everyone gathers around, it's the whole family, everyone's excited, all these things. Mine was just terror. I get this thing and it's terror. And so I'm like, what should I tell someone? Should I like, everyone always has everyone around, and like, so if I just open this without that, like, is that bad? Like, but I'm like, I literally didn't know. I was terrified. He was going to say, you vile homosexual demon, this is your official dismissal. And so I just was like, I just open it and, oh, no, there's nothing about any of that. It's just, hey, Elder Booth, welcome to the Canada Toronto East Mission. Report to the Provo Missionary Training Center on this day. Speaking English, here you go. And I was like,
So
oh,
you were relieved.
Okay. I mean, it was a relief, but it was also just, oh, I got that wrong. My parents were out of town. I went out of town after that. It was funny. I delayed. There was this trip that I had the opportunity to go do, and I'd been delaying everything. Everything in my life was just on hold waiting for this. So I got that wrong. I went on the trip after. My parents were the only ones who were out of town, and my sister. Yeah. So then I get this, and it was after that. Once I actually had the mission call, it gave me, okay, I don't need to try and very quickly re-enroll in school, and I can go do this trip that was like, can I do this? Can I not do this? Can I do this? Can I not do this?
Sure. Okay.
But yeah, it was a big relief. It was a big, like, okay. I mean, I was genuinely excited. Like, okay, like God's giving me the chance to like not be this rejected person. I have a place in society. I have a place to keep, doing this. So yeah.
All right. So can I, from what you've been talking, the impression I get is that you obviously recognized from early on that you were gay, but you were also okay, let's use the word indoctrinated into Mormonism, and Mormonism was basically your life's philosophy, everything that was important about your life, and the goals were related to it, and it was your community, and you sort of, in some abstract way, at least, you envisioned your future life as a Mormon, like as a traditional Mormon way.
Yeah.
So does that imply then that you had a vague, I don't know, hope or expectation that as you continued in the church, that eventually your homosexuality would go away or something?
Yeah, so I have a funny experience the way that was. There was something very early on, and maybe as I'd look stuff up, and this is even back then, like I said, it's not new stuff with how gay works with people, and something clicked, and thankfully this, the other things happened, maybe we'll get to it. I can keep chatting. We can keep chatting, just time-wise and things. I'm just, throwing that out there. I'm fine to just kind of keep going. I don't want to throw this off. So just
right. So you mean we can keep going?
Yeah. If you're okay time-wise, I know we've been talking about kind of a certain cutoff at a certain point, and I'm just sort of like, I can skip the other things that I was talking about.
All right, good. That's good. That's awesome. All right.
Yeah. Because it'd be like, yeah, we're in a good spot. So something about it, I'm glad that there was enough out there that I knew that it wasn't something that you could make go away. Even late 90s, early 2000s, it was very easily accessible to realize definitively this isn't going to go away. And so I didn't think, there's this expression, pray the gay away. I didn't think that. But I very much still thought the path, this is the path you have to follow, was mission, marriage, children. And so I didn't understand what that would look like. I just like, well, God will take care of this. Like, hey, like I said, he's getting me good grades. He's taking all of my classes. This is extended into college. This extended for a long time, jobs, everything. I just thought like I was just too incompetent, and just God was doing me all these favors, probably out of pity, which is just so sad. But yeah, I thought it would just work out. I thought it would work out somehow, that I would, be married and have kids and something like, okay, well, I'm maybe not generally attracted, but I'll just someday some woman I'll just be attracted to. And I don't need to be attracted generally to women, just one, and
sure,
figure out. And so I didn't think going on the mission, and I hear other people, that are gay Mormons, and I thought the mission would fix it. I thought it would all. I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't have that perspective, that it would like somehow just go away, and so yeah, it was.
So you basically expected that it would not go away.
Yeah.
but that you would be able to, yeah, like let's say have a special exception with one lady, and then
Yeah.
have a family with her. Or
Yeah. It was Peter, the apostle Peter, the thorn in his side. Or
hmm
is it Paul? Am I switching the Peter or Paul, whoever? But
yeah,
with the
either
one,
one.
he had the thorn in his side, and it's
Yeah.
always the like, what is this? It's just his cross to bear, and
Yes.
that
Yes.
would be that's just the being gay would just always be that, like, yeah, well, I want to be with men and I have these attractions for men, but that's part of my faith journey, is demonstrating that I won't do that, that I'm
hmm
sacrificing
hmm
that
hmm
in order to be a faithful Mormon.
hmm
Yeah.
But then, does that also mean that, I mean, growing up, your experience in the church was positive enough that obviously you feel you were indoctrinated, but I mean, the experience has to be positive enough where you're not constantly thinking about, like, as soon as I have the opportunity, I'm going to run, I'm going to escape.
So much of me when I was younger, I see there was a lot of that. I was very resistant, very young, to going to church. I mean, like kicking and screaming at a
Mm,
young age.
mm,
And then getting into my teen years, a lot of my teen years of just not, and I wish I'd been able to translate that, this like just thing that was deeper inside of me saying, this doesn't stack up quite right. But I fought that. I fought that so hard. So I overcompensated instead of, oh, I want to get away from this. I clung to it.
mm,
I leaned into it harder. And
mm,
so, going on the mission, all these things that it's like, yeah, why wouldn't I run away from it? No, instead I ran further to it. Tried to go deeper, tried to, like, because that was my reality. That was my fundamental reality from birth. And you see other families, that their parents had kind of wavered, throughout the years. Like, oh, there was a little bit of time where my parents were kind of questioning things or not. No, there wasn't ever within my family anything, and so that was how the world was defined. That was the path of the world. There was nowhere to run to. If I
mm,
left, that was literally leaving Mormonism. That's what kept me so long, because there literally wasn't anything else.
mm,
There wasn't anything else. This was it. This was God's plan. This was the eternal design and how existence was described. And so there was no, conceptually, yeah, there's other things out there. And now out there, I'm like, wow, there is a lot out there. The world is big. It is
yes.
very big and it's beautiful, but I had no ability to see that whatsoever. So leaving the Mormon church, it wasn't, I need to escape this bad situation. It's like escaping a prison only to jump in a pit of spikes. There was nothing like, yeah.
So
I
you
mean,
didn't
and
think, yeah, okay. So I understand that basically the impression you had got from what you've been taught at church is that should you leave the church, it would all just be misery, unhappiness, and no fulfillment,
yeah.
no real joy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I believed it. I mean, that's the thing. When I believed it, I believed it. And
Mhm.
so it's that weird contradiction of like, well, yeah, as long as you like really sincerely believe this, how do you, whew, yeah. And so, we eventually got there, but yeah, where should I keep going? Keep going on the mission stuff?
Yeah,
What,
let's talk about the mission because obviously, yeah. So so I don't know. This comment is maybe redundant, but of course, when I met you, I didn't, of course, have any idea that you would be gay or something, and so we didn't really serve together either. But for whatever short experience that I had with you communicating there, I thought you were just a really, kind of like laid back, polite, nice guy, always with a smile on your face, and but inside, like, or how
yeah.
were you feeling on your mission?
Yeah. And the mission was good. um, in interesting ways. Even, you know, being away from my parents at school, I still was just so isolated. And oddly enough, digging deeper, being on a Mormon mission with just that, you know, level of how everyone was, it was eye-opening for me. It was expanding for me. And it was all of these people that were generally nice, and these, you know, guys, other guys. And that was the thing that always be like, I really, you know, we talk about not fitting in, but I really didn't fit in with the guys, because I was like, that was even the worst. So it was easier to make friends with women. It was easier to, you know, do my own kinds of things. And so then all of a sudden, all these guys all the time, it had a really validating effect on me of like, oh, I'm not that different. But like I was a handful, dude. You know, heaven help the companions that I had on my mission. Really think highly of them all. And I'm sorry, it was in general. I can't say it. Like there's a kind of a joke expression, you know, sorry for the things I did when I was Mormon. Oh yeah, it applies in so many ways. It's truly, I mean, there's truly things I'm just, the rest of my life, there's things I'm gonna have to like work to make good, to try and
Like,
compensate.
like you want to bring an example or no?
Not yet. Maybe
All
we
right.
could go there. But in a more specific sense of what I'm talking about right now, just what a handful I was on my mission. I was just such a ball of anxiety. I was such a ball of self-doubt. Um, and you
But I
know,
couldn't tell, for example. I mean, I was never your companion, but I couldn't tell. So
thank you. Yeah, thank you. But just, I mean, the home life, like I've mentioned, you know, not being good, and there's things there. It's not just the Mormon stuff. It's not just the gay stuff. It's all of these things. But you know, it's some stuff, and um, just anxious. You know, really, it took a long time for me to even be able to identify, like, oh, this is anxiety. I didn't think I was anxious, but it was a lot of that, and it was a lot of just lack of even confidence in my own. You know, everything was that I was weird, or that, you know, something, and that was bad. I couldn't have my own personality. And so just this continual conflict and stress. And that was hard on me for sure. And it was hard, I know, on companions. That, you know, it was, I'm glad for them, and sorry. Yeah. Like, yeah, because it was a handful.
but did you have any like because like if you're a true believer, and then mission experience is a very I don't know. It's a really good experience. I mean,
Yeah.
you find new people, you talk to people,
Yeah.
you learn a lot of skills, interpersonal skills, and you learn to work and plan and get along with people, and you live in a
Yeah.
on a foreign country, in a foreign culture. I mean, there's so much good.
Yeah.
Mm, the only hard times for me were really like when I had a really uh, whom I considered a bad companion, or when I was, you know, came across people that made me doubt what I believed. You know, those were the tough times. But other than that, it's always it's kind of exciting. Yeah, it's sometimes it's like the routine, you know, where you have
Yeah.
to work like 12 hours a day. That's kind of can be a little bit hard to bear. But most of us overcame the missionaries. And
Yeah.
but then, did you have like an internal, I don't know, cognitive dissonance where you like, I have to teach the plan of salvation and, you know, the temple marriage, and not really having, you know, or maybe other things. Like, did you feel this kind of internal um, conflict while teaching?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I was zealous. Me getting out on the mission, and it started to be these things too of like, wait a second, like I was going to a very good university, and had done a lot of these extracurriculars and all of these things that I had been operating for so much as just like a place of like my mediocrity. It was a lot of these things starting to click to sort of realize like, wait, like I'm like pretty confident, or not confident, pretty capable. Competent would be the word, competent. And so I was zealous, but it also started to look like, oh, I'm pretty smart. And I know a lot of stuff, and I've, read a lot of this Mormon stuff already. And, people being on their mission, like, oh, I'm a Mormon missionary. And like, I'm just reading the Book of Mormon for the first time. Like, I've read it like 24 times. And I've read all this other stuff, and plus 2 years of school, good school, not Mormon school. No offense, BYU, but it was recognizing a lot of that. And it was good talking to people, and I just was so all in. I was so enthusiastic and so energized by it. I mean, just relentlessly so. I mean, I felt like I crushed it. Going out, just teaching and talking to people. I was so just relentless. I would talk to everybody. And some of these things, realizing like in my own personality, things I hadn't really nurtured and I'd been afraid to do. And it's like, wait, I'm good at building rapport with people. I'm good at talking to people. I'm good at all these things. And the Mormon Church just enhanced that. The structure was a really good thing for me. The scheduling, I mean, every half hour of our day is planned, everything, carefully. That ended up being really good for me, structurally and organizing my time. And it was good, and I just worked so hard. But the dissonance was things like teaching the plan of salvation was always hard because of, again, that same home life was like, I'd be like, yeah, family's meeting forever. And I'm like, well, unless your family's like mine. And like, in which case, like, you don't really want that. And yeah, like, it was just these weird, and so I'd be like saying that and just, I look back and things I feel bad about, talking to people who were just, I'm not sure with you in Toronto, we're both in Toronto, but sadly, we were just, so much of the time we spent with people actually willing to really listen to us were people that were in really bad situations, really, really hard situations. And it's sad because I look now and, career experience and life experience and things, and realizing like, well, yeah, you catch people where you can catch them. And, your average middle-class Canadian, it was not a chance that they had any interest in talking. They're like, you guys are crazy. They could just see right through it. But then you get people that were in really rough situations and they'd be far more willing. And, we'd say things like, well, God has prepared them, or we've been led to these people that, who are humble. And it's like, well, people who are vulnerable. It's people who are in need because they don't have community. They don't have resources. They don't have even national stability. They're a refugee. They're something like that. And great people. But I look back and I just think like, oh man, like times I was zealous with someone about, just some destitute family living in public housing and just trying so hard, and good people trying so hard, and then being like, well, no, you've got to pay, if you want to join this church, you've got to pay 10% of your income. Like, don't you understand like the blessings God will give you if you do that? And they're like, we don't know how to feed our kids. Like, and it was like, but don't you understand, that this is like God will, and I just believed. It all was just so real. And I just had that faith, like in, the gay stuff, everything, like it'll just work out. And it was the same with everyone else. It'll just work out. Like, just do what you're supposed to do all the things you're supposed to do. And, there's a sense of just lingering guilt under it, and still imperfections. And, so then just compensated by that by working hard. That's another kind of anecdotal joke, among gay ex-Mormons, kinds of thing, maybe ex-Mormons in general. I'm not sure if it's more widespread, but just sort of like, yeah, the gay elders on the mission, are the ones that work the hardest, and the ones that end up, disproportionately, especially in leadership roles and things like that, because it's just overcompensating. You end up having to be just work so much harder to demonstrate that you're, valid to be there.
Were you a successful missionary, by the way, as far as like getting people into the church?
I think comparatively for our mission, I think I actually was. It wasn't a lot over those 2 years. There weren't a lot of people that joined the Mormon Church, that I was directly involved with. But comparatively, I think I was quite good comparatively to the average of what it was like in our mission. I don't know the exact number. I don't know you
Sure.
know, what our averages were, what my actual kind of, how many people converted. But I do know things like talking to people, actually like telling the lessons, the church teachings, and getting people to like, hey, will you listen to us? I was remarkably effective at that. You really could fill the days with people that would talk to us and listen. Not
Mhm.
that that translated, like I said, to a lot of people actually joining the church, but was very, very good at talking to a lot of people about the
Mhm.
Mormon church.
Mhm. Mhm. All right, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so you served a full 24 months, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Honorable release and everything. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
so you came back. So, like, so how did then your life proceed after your mission? Like church,
Yeah.
profession?
Yeah. And so that was, that was a thing, like, confidence, and life skills. And I just felt a lot more at ease. And so I came back. I finished college just one more year. So just 3 years total. But again, was sort of spoke to like, Ryan, you're not this fundamentally broken person that you think you are. You're actually kind of lean, a little bit higher achiever on average. But that to this day is something I still have the hardest. I still will just down talk and invite other people to take me down too. It's the thing still. But I came back, I just crushed it. I just nailed school just out like that.
What did you
Um,
study, by the way?
Did economics, so major in economics, like kind of quantitative economics, really, really math heavy.
All right.
Funny enough, again, just, got close enough. I almost got a math minor, almost got like a minor in fine arts, oddly, because I was taking all these extra classes. I was doing all this extra stuff. I did get a management minor from the business school. Uh, it was just funny, and so yeah, did a year. First job, getting again, and it wasn't really thinking about my own things. It wasn't thinking about what do I really want to do, what do I want. It was just be as responsible as you can be. And when I came back to for my mission, I was like ultra Mormon at church. Like I was involved in everything. I had so many friends. It was every night there'd be something. I was in just some apartment, and I could, I just unlocked, where I'd been so withheld and withdrawn from people, and even forming friendships and everything. And the mission kind of unlocked so much of that. So coming back all of a sudden was just like friend explosion, social explosion. It felt like I had a place finally. And hey, what do you know? Like people responded to that. There wasn't some international campaign that everyone sort of secretly knew not to be friends with Ryan. Like, no, no,
Mhm.
like it just had to actually be open to being friends with people. And it turned out a lot of people would be friends, and was really, did very well in that sense socially, and in other senses. Was just crushing it. So I'm there, Irvine still, finishing that year of school, just crushing it with church, crushing it with friends, all these things. And then my first job, getting out of college, got a job at Google, got a
Mhm.
job on the sales team. I didn't even understand. I just little, myopic world. And it speaks a little to how technology has changed and things too. But I didn't even get graduating, like, well, what would I do at Google? I have an economics degree, and I ended up connecting with someone, and it was a regional leader at Google, and she was just fantastic. And just, I'm on the sales. And we're like, well, sales gross. What is sales? And it's like, well, no, it's like this is how Google pays for everything. This is like what it is. And we're like, oh, this isn't like, some false notion of, I think, you look at our missions, you look at these things, you look at how many people end up in multi-level marketing things, you look at how many people end up doing this. I'm not sure how much you were aware of that maybe back in Europe, but you see all these like former missionaries that end up then going and doing these summer sales things, or selling pest control or home security or
Yeah,
some kind of,
yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah,
it's effectively like a missionary program, but they're just selling some product. And it's,
yeah. Selling
that was
books
my
and
notion
stuff.
of,
Mhm.
yeah, and that was my notion of sales. And so I was like, ugh, no, I don't want to. Which, no, that's not at all what corporate ad sales was, at Google. And my career, since is business sales, in an enterprise setting. It's different. And not knocking, cheers to people that are salespeople in all sorts of different ways. But again, just where I was at the time. And that was a good experience. It was a really good experience. That now has crossed over. You're really looking, the mission was the first time I basically just was forced to interact with people on a consistent basis
Mm-hmm.
and be a part of this community or a community. And it was empowering. And then coming home and the way, like I said, I just resonated with people. I just had, I mean, I would be a Tuesday night and I'd like throw out to a few people hanging out and then 40 people would be in my apartment. It was just, I mean, magical. And then I started Google and, this is one of those things that's something I thought about writing up, something I thought about talking about in other ways. So it's funny to kind of cover it with you, but I was in a team, it was all women, funny enough. And I was just smitten. I thought that this small team, my boss, this was a woman and there's, gosh, how big was the team? Maybe 6 people.
Mm.
And they were just brilliant. They were brilliant. I thought they were all, I mean, gorgeous, which is, not to be reductive, not to be whatever, but I just thought they were just in the most simplistic sense, just stunning, just beautiful, cosmopolitan, just exceptionally well put together. And then far beyond that, just brilliant. And they all were. I mean, they're Google people. They were all, they were, especially in that era, they were all top universities and just top of their game. And just, I was so in awe. And I don't know that they understood that for even where I was coming, because it's so much bluster for me, so much trying to looked like maybe confidence or cockiness, and really was just me like, no. And this was the first time I now had ever connected with people in a way outside the Mormon church. That was my very first actual exposure. Not, there are plenty of non-Mormon friends that I'd had and non-Mormon people I talked to. And, on the mission, all you're talking to is all these non-Mormons. But to be there for long hours every day with this group of people working very closely together, it was the first time there was sort of like I was in like community with non-Mormon people. And it was very mind expanding for me. Not that it led to something immediate. I wish it had. I think those are things I think back, I'm like, dang, like it would have been a soft landing if, I probably could have been in those first couple months, could have said, hey, I have this Mormon thing, and I could have just been vulnerable. And so like, this is where I'm at. But like, I'm starting to think maybe this doesn't quite add up. No, I was so Mormon, but in the back of my mind, I was seeing this and just being like, wow, like these are just these career women, varying degrees of, ages and things too. And so some, had families and had kids and things like that too. And they were just crushing at all these fronts, and they different religious beliefs, different values, probably overwhelmingly left and liberal and but heartfelt about that, and all the things that I'd been warned of and scared about of, being non-Mormon, and you can't be a good person, and being not a conservative or a Republican, and it's like, wait, these people just, they care about all these social causes, and they're aware of all these things, and they talk about all these things, and they're no nonsense. They're not like nice and fluff where they're like, it wasn't like, I see that in American politics right now, where we have this false notion of like politeness and kindness, where it's like, well, like that person is nice, and it's like, well, that person's a nice racist, and that's not nice at all. That is not nice, and that's not polite. And this person who's screaming in the streets, curse words and demanding, rights for women, or letting children out of cages, like that person's angry and mean. They're so mean. And like, that person is trying to get children out of cages. Like that person is trying to protect women's rights, or whatever that they like. That person, like, no, how warped but she's screaming and she seems angry and she's saying curse words. It's like, yeah, and she's fighting for righteousness, purely goodness. That's what we need. And so, I mean, this team of people like this, and more broadly, just, a lot of really cool people. Yeah. This walks into something bigger, and I guess we have the time.
Go ahead.
So was still very Mormon during all this, and so I'd been at Google. about a year and a half.
Mhm.
And we got into, it was 2008. And so some background.
Prop
So
8?
Prop 8.
Mhm.
And what's interesting, the Mormon Church, I don't know why. I don't know why they hitched their horse to this wagon. But starting at some point in the early 90s, maybe even sooner, the Mormon Church has spent so much time and money and resources directly, frankly, also funding a lot of groups and lobbying efforts that I think to this day, I think your average Mormon doesn't grasp at all that the LDS Church is operating with all of these kind of side influence groups. I think Mormons don't get that. I don't think I understood it. I think I kind of understood conceptually that it was there and it was just part of how the church operated. I don't actually think most Mormons even understand that it's happening.
Mhm.
They don't have that different rationale. They don't even get that it's happening. But the Mormon Church just really leaned into this campaign of pushing legislation to define marriage as just between a man and a woman, and
In
so
California.
everywhere,
Mhm.
everywhere,
Yeah,
globally,
sure. But
globally.
oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say that Prop 8 was specifically in
Probably
California,
with
but
California. This is just some context around it, and
sure, sure.
so going back though, there's something else that we forget. Prop 22 in 1999. It was the same thing, basically. So, and this was really largely a Mormon created situation, but this was me now just as a teenager in my congregation, and this was another proposition. So, Prop 8 in 2008, Prop 22 in 99. Either case, California. Prop 8 was actually a constitutional amendment to the state of California's constitution that constitutionally prohibited marriage as anything other than one man and one woman. There was Prop 22 was basically that same thing, except it was a law. It was a state law. And I bring this up. So for one, bringing that up, add that to the layers of things. I mean, I had long already had all the shame and everything, but going through even Prop 22 as a teenager and seeing what it was like in the congregation and just how the Mormon church was just so like, do this. It was like, yeah, gay marriage is the word that'll ruin all of our society. That will be the thing that collapses all of society. Which,
Mhm.
oops, as a gay person, like, well, I have some weight on my shoulders. If I get gay married, like, I will take down all of our society.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, what actually happened while we were on our missions, we were both still on our missions, 2004, the mayor of San Francisco, which is the city I live in now. Hi. So, maybe if that taints anyone, oh no, he lives in San Francisco. Oh, we shouldn't have listened to anything he was saying. But I've been here 6 years now. We can touch on that at some point. But the mayor of San Francisco at the time, with activists, made the call to challenge, by way of challenging this at the time just state law, and was sort of like, I have discretion as mayor over who I can marry, and I think I can read this law in a certain way that doesn't seem like I have to effectively be checking the gender. What am I supposed to do? Is it a gender check? Just, all right, drop your pants. I mean, and he on that basis, and a lot of other things, started issuing licenses to same gender couples, sort of
Mhm.
saying like, this is my business. And kind of makes a really good point. Kind of
Mhm.
makes a
Mhm.
good point.
Mhm. Mhm.
Why are we so concerned about the genders of the people involved? And that triggered huge court cases. It was intentional. That was by design, to do that, knowing that it would be challenged, all these things. It triggered a whole court case. What led to, I think it was just late 2007 or early 2008, the California Supreme Court ruled, yeah, there's no constitutionality. Like, really, this doesn't hold up. This law is not, this is not a valid law. It just serves to discriminate people. If you really start to pick at it, there's not a practical way. Like and they ruled it as non-constitutional. Gay marriage then became legal in California as a result. And so very quickly, these forces mobilized, very predominantly led by the LDS Church, to create this proposition, became Prop 8, that was the constitutional. Okay, so if you're saying by the California Constitution, well, then we'll change the Constitution to have it be explicit.
Mhm.
And that was just when the proposition first came out, I was like, this is stupid. This is 2008. And I didn't know the Mormon Church's involvement at that point. And it was just here, I was like, come on. We're past this point. And even for me, as still knowing I was gay, but still a very faithful Mormon, and still thinking it would work out, that I would never live as a gay person. I still just thought, like, live and let live. Like, let people do their, like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
And then very quickly, though, the Mormon Church, there's these solemn meetings that are held, special sessions, and even letters, over the pulpit in normal church, but all of these things on top of that, with videos from the prophet himself, saying, and with the double speak of it all too, that, well, the church does not get involved in political matters,
Mm-hmm.
but in this case, so this isn't a political matter. This is a moral point.
Yeah.
This is, we've got to save our society. It's a righteous crusade. People talked about it. It's, all the analogies in the Bible, these just difficult times, these things. And really the group, I was in the congregation I was in, everyone went like just full bore. They asked us to step up, and we stepped up. But one of the interesting things is really seeing, I didn't see the bigotry from people. I didn't see that there was really that level. And that's sort of what helped me go along with it. Something that was so against my own self-interest. Because there wasn't this, we were doing it because we were anti-gay. And everyone we were talking, everyone was pretty much on the same page. Like, I would not have supported this if the church hadn't told me to. They're like, it doesn't really, Mormons, kind of funny enough, lean probably a little bit even more libertarian than they do like Republican, just like let people do their thing. You look at the Mormon articles of faith from Joseph Smith that let people worship how, where, what they may. It should be a very hands-off religion. And I think that is one of the very odd things that the LDS Church is taking to lobbying so hard. And that they've tied it oddly back then already, and they've done it even more so since, that they tie it to this notion of religious freedom. And it just has perplexed me. It's an approach, it's a tactic, but come on. It's religious, unless your religion is explicitly discriminating against gays, in no way do gay people being able to live how they want and get married and have kids and do whatever, in no way does that impact someone else's exercise of religion, unless a core tenet of your religion is discriminating gays. I mean, that's one of the things I wish anyone just the tiniest shred, if something could come through, drop that, stop this notion of religious freedom as the cover for doing these things like anti-gay legislation. Stop that. There's nothing about someone living and letting live that lets someone, live their religious life.
Sure. Now, if we were to try to find a rationale behind why the church does all this, is that I think that fundamentally they believe that a person can choose their sexuality or sexual attraction, or in any case that even if they can't choose it, then they will have to stick to what they say is, God's law or God's commandment. And in case of a gay person, you'll just have to abstain throughout your life.
Yeah.
Obviously, that is, and I mean, there is obviously rhetoric and stories about it that, people sacrificed for God and for religion. So, I mean, they can, back it up. There's no, I mean, you can back it up, and that's the reason that, it still continues. You could say, of course, looking at it from another perspective, you could say that, well, on the other hand, we are saying how even the Mormon Church recognizes how deep or how strong this, let's say, desire for intimacy is, right? Or of course, they say that it is the procreative instinct. Of course, gay persons, they don't procreate when they have their intimacy, so there's an out for the church. But
Well, no, to counter that, that's actually what's really interesting. I was actually just talking to a friend, a different friend, something about this, and it's funny. Unlike a lot of other flavors of Christianity, Mormons have always been very good. Funny enough, among all the weird, these sexual prohibitions and things that create a lot of problems in the church, even for heterosexual people, Mormons have actually always been very good about sex isn't just for procreation. Sex is also a way that couples express their love, to each other and strengthen their bonds as a couple. It doesn't have to be. And so that's kind of funny that if the Mormon church teachings were just that sex is purely procreative, sure. And some of these anti-gay groups, that is their thing. The Mormon church had never been that. They've actually been very good, at least in our modern era,
yeah.
of that sex is also just part of
Yeah.
a loving relationship.
Let's say the further back you go, the more you realize that that obviously it was a very strong rhetoric that it is, for procreation. But of
Yeah.
course, in the modern era, there's no question that the church views sexual intimacy also as not only procreative, but also as strengthening the relationship and expressing love and so forth. But I was going to say that it does make, let's say, for an outsider, it might make the Mormon Church or other churches seem like they're trying to deprive a segment of society from some of the most deep desires of a human, of a person.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the thing that confuses me. I mean, I look at how the Mormon Church has done this, and I think they've walked into kind of a catch-22 is what ultimately has happened. Is that for some reason they started supporting this cause, and they've stuck with it, and it's damaging them, and yet like they're driving so many people away with it, but also there's a huge portion of the base now that is just so entrenched in this and it's been taught as doctrine that it's to back off of it. They've just wound themselves up in this in such a bizarre, complicated way. And it'd be kind of cool if they just sort of eased off at the least. They've shifted. They've done a lot of branding efforts, a lot of marketing, a lot of things, where they're trying to have like, it used to be you can't be gay, period. You can't identify as gay and be Mormon. And then that shifted to like, there's compassion for gays. So then, well, you can be gay. What's funny is they never, at least while I was still there, they never got to the point though of even explicitly even saying what the path was, because all you would hear, especially as a single person, was just marriage. It was just relentless. I was told, as a single person, getting into my late 20s and my early 30s, at over the pulpit, at a local level, worldwide church level, you'd hear things like menaces to society, things like, I'm seeing people, these people as these men, and they're getting into their 30s and they're traveling and they're doing these hobbies and they're not married, and just what are they doing? What is their priorities? Or so you just hear that relentlessly. But being gay and in that was just like, there wasn't really the option. It was at a certain point, it was like, okay, well, we can at least tolerate that you're gay as long as you don't act on it. But there was no described path of, okay, here's what it looks like. Say something like a priest, that a vow of celibacy. Mormons, there is no concept of celibacy.
mm-hmm.
You don't have sex before marriage, but sex is actually a vital component of human life. Sex oddly seems like it's a vital component of even eternal life for Mormons. It seems like eternity sort of, that's one of the things I think is kind of funny, if you start to think about that, like, oh, Mormons could kind of have a lot more fun with some of those ideas and sort of think like, wait, eternal progression is being with a partner to basically, procreate. Fun. Okay. But there was no real path for gays. There was just sort of, it just became like, well, you can be here. but they didn't even say something like as explicit. And I'm glad they didn't, because, you know, the damage it would have done to say, follow this path of abstinence or something. You know, people don't do well with abstinence. We don't see any group, regardless of their philosophies or whatever it is, where you look at Catholic priests, you look at other groups, like they don't do well. No one does well with that. It's not how humans are wired. And so I'm glad the Mormon Church didn't come up with some kind of alternative path like that. But it was just frustrating, you know, not having sort of a clear, and again, just thinking like, well, something will just work out. So that it just kept out, something will work out. Like, God's got this taken care of. I don't need to worry about it. I'm just going to keep doing the best I can do. And like, God will figure this out.
So was that then basically the what was back on the back of your mind during the Prop 8 and everything, or?
Yeah, it was very much God will figure this out, and it was very much to like, it was so much anguish of just being like, because maybe part of me thought like, maybe there was still some part of me that I would find someone, and that I would like, you know, marriage is so important, and always marriage. And so for me, like, you know, someone that I was attracted to would be someone of the same gender. And that, you know, the thought of being able to be married someday, like, yeah, cool. And so then working against that, again, it was just so much. I mean, it was probably neurotic. I was probably just full on, and it progressed. And so it's nice, you know, getting back to that. As the months went on and it got closer to the election, we were just so involved. I mean, hours every single day, 7 days a week, big efforts. I mean, really, like, wow. Talk about, I haven't seen other political groups. I haven't seen anyone else, like the organization in the LDS Church, the way the hierarchy is. I mean, we had calling trees, like where we would, it was a lot more like a mission. It was actually, you know, you think about like home teaching or some of these other programs that sort of like are, you know, your normal ministering in a congregation. But it was much more like the mission, where there was these very defined goals and these very defined, you know, and so it's like, okay, Ryan, you need to be doing, you know, this many things a day for Prop 8. And then I at 9 p.m. had to call, you know, 5 people that I was over and just check in and make sure, did you get this all done? How is everything? Do you need any support?
Wow.
And it was very supportive. It was very encouraging and a lot of enthusiasm, but, you know, checking in with them. And then I was rolling that up to someone else who was calling in. And so it was very, very well organized. And this led to, you know, it was really, the stuff is getting posted on Facebook. I'm posting things, you know, these like compassionate pleas, you know, like, please support family, you know, please, you changing my profile picture. And that was the thing about all of that too, was yes on 8, which was to ban gay marriage, was the family friendly choice. I mean, that's how it was branded. Like, if you care about society, if you care about family, you know, and it was just like, how sad that that's just such a narrow definition of family. How mean, how cruel to the single parents, to the families that are a collective of aunts and uncles and grandparents and whatever, you know, raising a whole hodgepodge, or to the same gender couples, or to the 3 triple partnerships. There's lots of flavors of what families look like, and they're beautiful, and it's important, and we need that. We need more family. We need more collective family, that we're more inclusive of everyone, and not pushing people into these very narrow, I mean, 1 man, 1 woman, and a bunch of kids, the nuclear family, that is actually incredibly not helpful for children. We see more and more data with that shows that it doesn't build these resilient communities. It doesn't build these like redundancies. It leaves people limited, where societies thrive, where the more broader definitions of family there are, the more people that are involved in helping one generation rise up, the better. And the more inclusive, the better. And so, but it bubbled up Facebook, and I was friends, and my work people were my friends, and we were on Facebook together, and it bubbled up, and it was, ended up being, there was just this one day, and someone brought it up at lunch, like, dude, are you like actively supporting Prop 8? And I was like, yeah. And people were cool to listen. They were pretty open-minded, but I get it. I get it. Someone was like, whoa, whoa. And my boss called me in, and hey, history, but I mean, she effectively was firing me on the spot. It was something like, hey, I've heard about this, that's come up, and just, Ryan, like, this is discriminatory. This is discrimination.
So you were like in violation of some Google's code or something, or?
Not actually.
Oh.
And it wasn't a good thing. This all wasn't a good thing. I mean, this was a person, I look back now, and I could have got this wrong. I could have so much of this wrong. This is my experience, the way I lived through it. But basically that was her take, that I had violated a policy on discrimination, which of course, a workplace, I mean, funny enough and sadly enough, it wasn't until very, very, very recently we've even had widespread laws against workplace discrimination across the entire United States. California's had it longer, but it very recently that some protections. I mean, even we were talking last week, some things that Joe Biden signed that kind of enhanced, it's just terrifying how much legal discrimination was still allowed. But, a company like Google, they're not down for that. And in a state like California, they're not down. And so this, my boss, basically was firing me. And it's something along the lines of, she says, I'll let you, this is my determination, but I'll let you, if you want to, if you disagree, you know where to look. You can look all this stuff up, and you can like make your case, and it was like, and I'm just terrified. This was a dream job. It's Google. I mean, it's wow. To this day, I think it's some people's dream jobs, right? But for me, especially back 2007, this is now 2008. And like I said, they never knew how much I just adored them. I was the impact that they were having in my life, even as I looked like this weird, zealous Mormon kid, they were just so profound in my life of this team I was on, of showing me there was a lot bigger world out there. But I mean, so this terrified me. And so I go to my desk, I'm shell shocked, and I immediately start looking up. I'm going through, I wasn't trying to cause trouble, but I out of an abundance of looking, I go through everything. And again, all the ways I think I'm inept and mediocre. And yet again, better than just quickly, rapidly, and parsing through all of this information and documenting everything. And then I go to HR, not to be like, let me tattletale, but literally to be like, help, am I in trouble? And HR, it was funny. That was like, again, I was so just tuned, and I have been and in some ways still am, to just tuned that I'm always I'm just messed up and the worst. But HR's reaction is very different. They're like, whoa, no, you are not fired. Like, no, you were participating in a political campaign. No, this would not constitute discriminatory. Like, then, okay, like, have you said this? No. Like, well, do you think this about gay people? Like, no. And like, I'm not admitting anything at this point about myself still, and they're like, yeah, no. And so they talked to my boss very quickly, which just, oops, didn't sit well, and I'm new in the corporate world. I don't get it, and I'm clumsy with things and didn't realize, but it didn't make her feel good. And that led to a lot of clapback for me and on me. And
you had sealed your fate.
yeah. I basically accidentally dug in a little bit deeper. And then though, it triggered the fighter in me, which is funny. This fighter Ryan will pop up sometimes. And
yes, sir.
I just was like, overachieve. And so I was I hit it even harder.
At work, then, to perform at work.
Well, yeah, to perform at work, but also on the Prop 8 stuff. I mean,
okay.
I'm mortified. I'm mortified. So I ended up selling at the time, not related to the team I was on, but I ended up selling the largest single day ad buy in Google's history up to that point to the Prop 8 campaign, because the whole thing with the boss, it triggered, and the whole and there became this open hostility at work, and said it motivated me. It's the toxic background. Hostility shouldn't motivate me but So I pushed back harder, and I'm just mortified. I was just mortified. But I stepped up even more, and I was like, hey, Prop 8, organizers, like, hey, and I got in touch. Was like, I work at Google. This is what I do. I don't think you understand a lot of these things about online marketing, and they didn't. Not a lot of people did, back then. And I was like, let me tell you all about this, and helped get a lot of stuff churning with online ad campaigns and some other things and things like that. And like I said, in the largest single day ad buy, which this talk about sealing my fate. So it led to the day before and the day of the election in 2008. No one at Google, well, our team, coincidentally enough, I happened to be on the team that had conceptually figured this out for something else that we worked on. We worked in automotive ad sales. We worked with the car companies that were running ads for buying cars. But we figured something out along these lines of the way this like tech works. This is all still like new tech, like ads on the internet and how these things and the targeting and the tracking.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like deep in the weeds on a lot of this stuff. And I like knew a lot of the other pieces. And I was like, so Prop 8, the yes on Prop 8 campaign, mortified. I am mortified by this. This is the rest of my life. I have to figure out this. Every single ad running through Google, which was like more than half people, it's not on Google itself. Google's ads are what powers ads on millions of other websites. And so I want to say half the online ads, and this is 2008, numbers, but the day before the election and the day of, every single Google ad was yes on Prop 8. Because I knew how to do it. I knew what the tech was. I knew all the things. I knew the targeting. I knew all the things. If you were in the state of California, no matter what website, and that led to like meltdown. There's like gay lifestyle blogs. There's just millions and millions of other people who are not anti-gay who run websites that suddenly are like, what? I mean, it was national news. Buried underneath obviously a presidential election, all these other things, but it was there. There's stories, where people just losing their minds, being like, why is every single ad on my website yes on 8? Like, I mean, it was huge, and it led to this whole thing. I was in threads with like the founders at Google and top people where it's just, I'm just copied in, and I'm like, and there's people that are very senior, just, this is fundamental. This is just disgusting. What have we gotten ourselves into? And there's the legal team that's like, it doesn't technically, we have these policies on political ads. This is a active political campaign in the state of California. Like, it is not societally something that, is considered, where we can look, I think now, at like, this discrimination. It was discriminatory. But we could pretend it was something other than that. We could pretend it wasn't, this isn't discriminatory. This is people just important values in our society. And it's like, no, this is just discriminating against gay people. But yeah.
So to summarize, you were the evil genius behind the Prop 8
that thing,
Google
that thing.
ad campaign.
Yeah.
And that is so paradoxical and so awesome that I mean, I understand that you have some regret over it.
Yeah. Massive.
but it's just so interesting. I mean, this is like an ultimate Greek tragedy,
Yeah. And it did. I mean, what it led to, I mean, so that just turned into a mess. This job that had just been a fantasy for me, just turned into a mess. And, every way I thought, again, that I was mediocre, that I was lesser, that I was, incapable. There are other things, there's just things in my life, that are like what I'm good at or not. And just the self-doubt and the questioning. But, it was just open hostility. And I don't, if I'd known at the time, I mean, I thought I could fix it. I thought I could work hard. And I thought what I'd really done was the right thing. And like, I wasn't discriminatory, and I wasn't, there wasn't any of that was for me. It was literally God has a better purpose, and God loves all of his children, including me as a closeted gay guy, including all of these openly gay people. God loves them. He wants what's best for them, and he knows better than we do. And so I thought I did the right thing. But it broke it at work. It broke this dynamic with people that I cared so much about. And I was still on the same team, but it was just hostile. It was so hostile. And so, they were like, would come at me about like just everything, just nitpick. I mean, it was just vicious. I can't even really separate to say how good or bad I really was or wasn't at my job at a certain point. What I think in my gut kind of tells me is like, nah, damn, I was just churning. But the lesson is just how much perception matters a lot more than what your actual output is. I mean, crazy day, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., midnight, 2 a.m. Just hustling. And what's funny, I thought I was just so mediocre, but if I looked, they were trying to get rid of me, and like, damn, I made it hard for them to get rid of me. And I look back and I'm like, well, like, you think I was just so mediocre and awful, but like, I made it a very difficult case for them to make. But it was about a year later, it was getting into the fall of 2009. And there was back and forth, just this just continually, like I said, the nitpicking and questioning on everything. And at any challenge that had thrown at me, I just kept overcoming it. And then one day my boss calls me in, and like I said, coming up right about the year mark. And she was like, it was pleasant. It was like this nice chit chat. And I was like, and my hope this whole time had still been that would just get back to how things had been with these people who I loved. And I was like, please just stop hating me. Please just let us work together. I didn't ask. Like I should have said HR, like, hey, these people like hate me. Like, you got to transfer me to a different team. Let's be real about how I didn't even advocate for that. Because I thought I could work through it. But, she sits me down and she says, okay, so, well, we walk into a conference room and there's already up on the screen, there's someone else on the screen I've never met. Turns out it's someone from HR, and this is down in Southern California, Google headquarters in the Bay Area. And this is someone I think in the Bay Area. And we sit down and she's just like, okay, so, hey, this is, blah from HR, just here. So just letting you know, this is it. This is your last day at Google. Once this meeting's done, I'll take you back to your desk. We can get your stuff and you can head out. And I was like, wait, what? Why? And I remember, my boss said, she just was like, California is an at-will employment state. We don't have to give any reason actually when we let someone go. So I would just invite you to think about your time here and reflect on it for yourself and think about why. And it was pleasant enough. I was just shocked. I just was devastated to my core.
Did you get some severance or something or no?
No. That was it. I got my final paycheck. I mean, paid up until that moment. They didn't give me anything extra. That was just it. And it was the nice thing. It was, that year had just been the most stressful, just the extra work and fighting the hostility and fighting, still my own internal battles, obviously, over all of this too. Prop 8 did pass, it became the law, and the guilt that was just like, oh my gosh, yeah, this thing that I've done so much to support, but like,
Well, Ryan, I got to tell you, this Google ad story is really good book material for you, and and just think of the headline, a gay Mormon passes Prop 8 or something. Anyway, sorry about that, but
no, it's fair. I mean, frankly, how many of the other closeted gays overachieving in the Mormon Church's Salt Lake headquarters were doing the same kinds of like, I've got to be righteous.
But
that's the joke.
Let's move towards now. There came a time that you started to come out as gay, or how did that all go?
So there's a story, maybe another, I don't want to super get into it. So the Google thing ended up being good, and this is good progress, because I was so stuck on that job. And I literally, I mean, it was the best place to work. It was ranked that. It was all these, like, I was just doing the things I was supposed to do. And so this is all or nothing thinking. And not really thinking about what I wanted to do or what I liked doing, but, just doing, and so forcefully getting taken out of that started a lot of different wheel turning. And I still was just still Mormon. I wasn't questioning, those aspects, but there's a story. It's a story. I just don't know if I really want to go entirely there. It's
However you feel like, whatever you feel like
next
doing.
job. I got my next job. I'd been down, still in Irvine. I was at the Google Irvine office. I would go back and forth between the Santa Monica and the Irvine offices. My next job was properly in Los Angeles. So I was back, properly living in LA again. I moved up there. And there's this is like, I don't know. How are you on time?
I have time, but
Okay.
just to make, well, let's see. We've been at it, at this. We started probably like almost like 2.5 hours ago or something.
Yeah.
So we could go easily. Let's set a goal of going for another hour. All right.
Okay. Yeah. And you can edit this. You're gonna edit something. Cut this for time somewhere. Trim here and there. But yeah, I don't know.
By the way,
I don't know.
I'm not gonna edit because it just takes time for me to edit. I'll
Oh,
just post
okay.
as it is.
Okay.
But go ahead. If it's an
Yeah.
important story,
So it's important.
then go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's
So I
go through
moved.
this.
I'd gotten this, the next job. I moved, and it was still super involved church-wise. And so much of this stuff had all still been down in Irvine, the pre-mission stuff, the post-mission stuff, the post-college, still living in that same area and with a lot of these same people. And so then suddenly it was like a whole new church congregation and, kind of this progression, far enough away. Irvine and LA are close, but not that close to, your day-to-day friendships or things. So it's like, making new friendships and things. And so new church congregation, and it's just like, okay, I'm just still doing this. And, yeah, I guess just going there. So I hit it off. One of the people in the congregation pretty quick off, was the elders quorum president. And I'm 26. This guy is like 30. Young single adult ward, so we're all single, under the age of like 31. And we just hit it off and it was good. And I thought a lot of this, I thought it was progress. I thought a lot of my life was like on track and it was like, okay, this is good. Like, I'm trying. Oh, there also I hadn't covered too. Post mission, I'd fooled around a number of times. There, periodically would fool around with a guy, and it just was it was all the so much guilt, so much shame, so much things, and even as overcompensating with things like the Prop 8 nonsense and things, and but I'd gone through this whole process. There's these repentance processes in the Mormon Church, and it just had gone through one of those again, and it had been this year-long. Just celibacy for of course, and just this extra, all this things, and had gone through all of that, and it wasn't formal. It wasn't a formal whatever the terms. It was for all the fears that I'd had at some point, of anyone finding anything out that I'd be excommunicated, and then instead the discipline wasn't even like the level of like a formal whatever the terms. Yeah, it was just some kind of like probation or something, or something, but not like
informal probation.
Yeah, not like there's like this disfellowship term, which is some kind of extra level, and then actual excommunication where you're like actually cut off, so not even that. But gone through this whole process, and I get up to this new congregation, and like I said, I just am hitting it off again, with people right away, and I'm like, okay, like this is working out. God is taking care of the details in my life. Like I have another job and it's good, and I have this new setup, and like, oh, like everything hasn't totally collapsed, and now I'm making all these new friends, and this is because I'm being righteous and I'm like trying so hard, and like, wow, how great this is now in this new area. Like the first people I'm friends with, like, you know, the elders quorum president, like, I'm going to like really be able to stay out of trouble. I'm really going to be, you know, able to like not cave in and, you know, make mistakes like I have in the past, you know, of hooking up with someone, you know. And so I'm there and it's just good. It was good, you know, making lots of friends, very socially active, like a lot going on. The new job was, you know, good. It was fine, you know. Um, and you know, this elders quorum president especially, and again, this is just how naive I am. I'm just there, I'm like, wow, like it's working, like all of these efforts, all of this righteousness. I think I was then like, I was fake dating women, not like, I was doing it because you're supposed to do it, because you always hear, you know, date. And so I was like, I was going out probably at least once a week with a woman, not trying to make any moves because it was like, no thanks. And also the funniest thing, it was just as consistent. Like if it was a girl and I did like her in a generalized sense, but especially then if she really showed interest in me, I would very quickly be like, whoa, okay, no, okay. Yeah, we've gone out a couple of times, but like, no. Like, I'm just kind of dating around. It was something like really triggered in me where you see other people fake a relationship and, you know, or even get married. They call it, you know, mixed orientation marriages, and wow, the damage that those cause. But I was just like, no, that's not right. Like, I was gonna have to figure this out in some other way, but I'm not gonna force this. And it was just consistent. Anytime with a woman, I'd be like, no, like move on from me. But you know, this good group of friends is very, you know, faithful members, and this elders quorum president. And so all this, like, I'm on the right track. This is so good. And I'm so naive. You know, I look at like some things that have been happening with him, and there's sort of these like red flags. And I'm like, is this guy gay? Um, is he interested in me? And I'd be, Ryan, how dare you? Like, that is the devil whispering. This is like, this is the path of like righteousness. This is all of your good efforts, you know, like this just shows how like warped you still are, that you would even think something like that. You know, like that this is, you know, you've got a lot of dealing with things, you know, you need to do. And so I'm like ignoring all this stuff, and it like, just bluntly, I mean, it led to this situation. It was just such a joke. Like, it was like, we were gonna go like camping on a Friday or something, and it was just like some casual, it was like seemed fun, and it was just like, yeah, I'm fitting in with the guys, and I'm like making this progress, and it was all this stuff. And then it was raining, and so he was like, hey, well, like, you want to like just come over? And I ended up moving. I was like 2 doors down from this guy too. I mean, it was even more like, it was just this warped. And I moved there because he was like, you should live here. It was this whole thing, this whole gross over the course of a few months, as you'll see, gross. And so that was the night, this camping thing. And then he's like, hey, well, why don't you just like, you were like, come over and like hang out? And he's like, you like stay over if you want. I was like, oh, I'm like, again, I like live 2 doors down, but like, I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, sure. Maybe that's what like, you know, normal, straight, confident men do. You know, they have sleepovers sometimes. Like, I want to fit in. I want to, you know.
Yeah. So just so I understand correctly, so he invited you over, like where you guys lived. It was not during the camping trip or something.
Yeah, no, because the camping got canceled because it was raining, and so I was like, hey, you know, it's raining, we're not going to go camping, but hey, wanna, and we would hang out almost all the time anyway.
Yeah, okay.
But that was like, hey, what if we did like it was, you know, I get it, you know, it's like you camp out at home, like, well, you know, like come camp out at my place. And I was like, oh yeah, cool, fun, okay, we could still eat like some snacks and like do the same like late night chit chat and whatever we would have done camping, but like, you know, it's raining, so we'll just be like, sure, it seemed cool. And I don't know how to play any of this. I don't know how, like, the dynamics. I was so closed off. I no relationships, no, you know, no boyfriends, girlfriends, no, like, everything was just so closed off with family and friends, coworkers, anyone, because I didn't want him to find out my secrets. I didn't want him to know I was gay. You know, it just, or know that I was a defective person. There's just so much of this. And so, I just walked right into it. But we go, we're like hanging out, do whatever. And it's like going to bed.
So it was like,
And it was like,
just the two of you, right?
yeah, and it's just the two of us. It's just the two of
Mhm.
us. And I'm just like, I'm having all these thoughts. And I'm like, dude, this is just you thinking like, just be chill. Just be like, stop. Like, don't have dirty thoughts. Like, because, your warped brain. And so we end up, and he just like, jump into his bed, together. And it was like, okay, and then like, we're in bed and I don't know how long, it wasn't very long. And just all of a sudden he's on top of me. Um, and I'm just like, just frozen, just stiff, just like flat on my back, just
Mm-hmm.
petrified.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's happening. Um, and then he just starts making moves. I mean, he's literally on top of me. He's pinning me down, not violently, but I mean, his hands are, he's like a plank of him, hands on my shoulders, on on top of me, and just like face right there. And then he just goes for it, like makes a move. And I didn't fight back. I didn't stop it in any way, or then even, was participatory.
Okay,
Um,
so basically, to summarize, we don't even have to go into the details anyway, but just to keep it PG rated or whatever. uh, so
yeah,
so you had an affair with the Elders Quorum president, and
yeah.
how
I mean,
long did it last, or did this repeat, or?
yeah. So I just am like, but then I go with it. So that moment even was like, and I think, very quickly after, I don't know if I was crying or but I just am like quickly getting, and he's like, wait, where are you going? And I was like, well, I should go. Like, we've done something terrible. Like, this is, and again, I thought it was me. I thought it was me, like just my sheer aura. I made this person do this, which is like,
Mm-hmm.
um, but he's like, no. And he's like, no. He's like, I care about you. Like, I like you. And it's all these things that I'm just like, wait, what? And then these things that he's like, has feelings. And this is like, is all the time we've been spending together and all these things. And I just then am like, whoa, like just head spinning. And I think I'm going to be, having gone through that whole disciplinary process, like, oh, I don't have that in me to do that again. And nor do I know that I'd be able to do that again. That like, oh, I have all these things to promise to never do stuff like this again. And then here I am again. And, um, like I'm going to get kicked out of all these things. And then I feel bad because I liked this person too. And was just like, oh my gosh, she's going to be in a lot of trouble as a leader. And so, but I ended up staying over, which actually the first time I ever, I mentioned fooling around and things like these are little things. I'd never spent the night even with someone.
Mm-hmm.
This I ever spent the night with a man.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just, was kind and everything in the morning and just, all this like, but then very much was like, don't tell anyone, don't say anything, like, don't, like the reputation, the like all, and I'm like, okay. And I was just terrified. I'm just terrified. And it just devastated me, the process. But I thought we like wouldn't see each other. I thought we like, couldn't see each other. But he's like, no, I want to spend time with you, all these things. And so then it was like this warped, like, oh, he has feelings for me. And then I liked that he had feelings for me. And you and I talked about this earlier, like how hard it is for even me to perceive people caring about me or showing interest in me. And
Mm-hmm.
it was just suddenly like, whoa, this person shows interest in me. And this person is like so upstanding. And so I just became so quickly flattered. And I just so quickly just lost myself. Whatever he said to do, I just did whatever he said. And it just ended up this warped thing where it was just so much guilt and so much shame, and I was too afraid to talk to anyone. All of these things, and this goes on, this is months and months. It finally was maybe 3 or 4 months in, I tell this person who I was with, like, hey, like I can't, like I have to talk to the bishop. I have, the head of the congregation. I have to confess,
And
because
he continued to be the Elders Quorum president, right?
yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm like, I have to say something. Like I feel bad every moment of every single day, and I don't know what to make of this because I have these feelings for you, but I just, and then it was just, he was making us do even more to like fake date and like fake date other, women and all these appearances. And it was warped. It was so warped. And I just was so manipulated. But I tell him this and he gets very serious. I'm like, what? And he's like, well, no, I might be opposite. It might have been opposite. I think he actually did this first. He actually just out of nowhere one day is very serious. He's like, I have something to tell. I'm like, what? He's like, very, very serious, like somber, like teary. And I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, because I would make comments. I was so naive. I would make comments like, I don't know what to make of all of this. I don't know what God is thinking. I don't know what all of this is because it just feels magical. It feels like I was trying to do all the right things and so many things were all the right things. And then you and I just met and it just happened. And you're so faithful and righteous. And I'm trying to be so faithful and righteous. And then it just happened. We just like fell in love and just impulsively hooked up.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets very serious and teary. And so actually, and I didn't know any of this. This was like just devastating. He's like, so actually, well, like I knew. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I knew you were attracted to the same gender. You don't use the terms gay. You don't use the,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, what do you mean? Because this is literally, I've talked with you about, church leaders and things, but just to super emphasize, no one else had I ever had these conversations with, or told that I had feelings like this. And it was church leaders. And there's the expectation in the Mormon church that it is, that they have like noise machines outside the church leaders' offices. So you can't even like listen in through the door kind of thing, that's supposed to be very, very discreet. I had no concept that. And so he's like, I knew. And I'm like, well, like, cause the way I act, like, I'm just like, what do you like manners? I don't really, he's like, no. Like I knew. And I'm like, what do you like, dude, like no one knows. I hadn't even talked to the bishop in this new congregation I was in that I even had. Cause this again was a resolved issue from the last time I'd had any kind of sexual activity a year and a half ago. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, the bishop told me. And I was like, wait, I've never talked to this bishop. And he's like, well, yeah. So he's like, apparently, and I didn't know this was a thing in the Mormon church. He's like, apparently there's a note in your church records. And I'm like, what? Like, that's a thing? There's notes? And he's like, well, yeah. He's like, I hadn't really heard of it. I don't really know. And he's like, I'm like, well, what? And he's like, I don't know why. And this bishop was, that congregation he was kind of, he was sloppy. He was this gossip. He was weird. Like he thought being in this congregation of these, young 20 somethings, he thought of us all as actually like we were teenagers, which is a consistent challenge in these young single adult congregations is like, we were adults. We're not, but he was, this bishop was like this gossip. And so funny enough, as far, to this day, and as the saga plays out, as far as I could ever tell, it's just gossip. There wasn't, the things I went through was like, wait, was he warning the Elders Quorum president? Was he telling to have him help me? Was he telling? No, like, I think he just said it. The bishop saw, he got what I learned in time, I still don't know where this came into my records. I talked to my church leaders that were down in Irvine and they were like, we never added it. The one guess hearkening back to that stake president before my mission. Right. That is my only guess of how some kind of, there ended up being, what it turned out it was, they call it an annotated record. What it is when you move to a new congregation, you have an annotated record. The bishop gets a notice that they need to call, and this was at the time, I don't know how it is now, but they need to call Salt Lake. And it's some very specific process. And as I understood, and the way it was described to me, it was basically along the lines of the bishop gets some kind of disclosure, like, okay, this is an annotated record for this member. This information is not to be disclosed under any circumstances. And it's apparently is explicit. There's some script that whoever answers the phone in Salt Lake when these numbers get called, this is not to be disclosed to your counselors, to anyone else in leadership, to your spouse, to anyone under any circumstances whatsoever. Is that understood? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so here, and all it simply was for me is this member has been involved in homosexual activity. Okay, that's a no. What was grosser is then there was guidance that, so the bishop should take that into consideration when assigning callings and assignments for responsibilities. What was really offensive is that also, in time, once I got this what is the full note for me, and this not remotely anything. And this is a stereotype against gays beyond the Mormon church, and it's gross and it needs to stop, but also an explicit, and this member should never be in a capacity that involves children, which is just so gross. There's this old stereotype, gays, again, it's just a way, like, yes, pedophiles are gross and bad. No, gays are not pedophiles, but hey, what's a good way to go after gays is just say gays and pedophiles are one and the same. But so that was gross. So that's what like the note was, and just gross. The Elders Quorum president, / lover, predator, if you want to be real, doesn't know this. So he just says that there was a note. This is all I know. And I was like, what do you mean? And so then it's like, oh my gosh, all the ways we got close to each other, all this whole time that I was there just thinking I was being righteous and faithful. And like, this is why the Elders Quorum president is spending so much time with me. This is because I'm living such a good life, and like God is rewarding me by giving me like the most faithful Mormon friends in this area, and that are helping me follow this path and be good. He just had known the whole time and purposely just groomed me. He just groomed me. I look back and it was before the night that he actually was literally just got on top of me. I was like, oh, okay. Well, there's this other time and this other time and this other time and this other time. Like, oh my goodness. I mean, and the funny thing is, I don't know if he was waiting that I would never have made a move. I would never. I mean, that's the thing too. It wouldn't have been some natural, hey, now what it's like to actually date and be open-minded, and just when you're with someone and you can just mutually connect. I wasn't there. I wasn't remotely responsive, to him probably trying to make moves or whatever. And so, him making at a certain point a very aggressive move. But it just was like, oh my gosh, that's when I was like, okay, I have to tell the bishop. I tell the bishop and then he confesses. I'm like, I'm going to tell the bishop. What his confession after that was like, because it was like, so fair warning. And he's like, well, actually, so about that too. I told the bishop the next morning after our first hookup. And I'm just thinking, like, we've been together this time. We've just hooked up, been hooking up this whole time, months. And they were going to hell. We're going to hell. And oh my gosh, I'm dragging this really great guy down with me. I'm the one that's a flaw. And like, the trouble that will happen if the bishop finds out, especially with the Elders Quorum president effectively, second in command and like leadership in a Mormon congregation. And he's like, actually, the bishop's no. I was like, what? And so I'm like with the bishop, like, what? And he has no answers. He has no reason why. He just said it. He just was like, well, and he's like so chill about it. And he's sort of like, oh, well, wait, it's continued. It wasn't just this one thing. And I was like, no, it was like, it's still been this whole time. Like, it's been the last few months. Like, I was in a leadership position at that point. And so that, I think, once it was like I let on, then the bishop was like, okay, well, I guess, and he had to tell the stake president, and the stake president immediately was like, okay, he's removed as Elders Quorum president. It leads though, it led to the course over a year where I was involved with this guy, and this is a few months into this point, and then we're still together. It just gets progressively. I was full on mental breakdown. I just full on have a mental breakdown because it's just everything, like all of this stuff collapsing, all of these things that I thought they were, and this person that I thought cared about me and I was in love with, and like it just was some magical thing that happened, was actually this like groomed path, and the way he'd just been manipulating me and everyone around us, our friends and everything, to try and make the situation look like it was something different. And ended up back in therapy with a real bad Mormon therapist. This is then the time where I got directed towards some like reparative therapy, pray away the gay, go to this like weekend, get all the gay out kind of camp that just is just real toxic, just awful things.
Right, Ryan, before we go to the therapy,
Yeah.
I have a question for you. So this elder quorum president, he was gay. He was not bisexual. He was gay, right?
Yeah, not by his own admission, but yeah, he was definitely exclusively gay. There was no.
Right. So I'm just wondering, like, is it possible that his feelings for you were still real? It's just that because in a Mormon setting he has so limited opportunities to find a companion, like a lover.
Yeah.
He just basically used his the information that he had about you, and was sincerely trying to find a mate. I mean, could that be?
I don't know. I was something for him to play with, because there was no ambiguity ever from him that it was ambiguous with he and I, but there was no ambiguity from him that he was going to be married and have kids, and he would be, sooner than later, he wanted to be a bishop himself, and then a stake president and a general authority, maybe. I mean, he was so, which is funny, not very common in the Mormon church. Those are those kinds of things that like, you're really not supposed to talk about ambitions like that. And he was overt. So there was no ambiguity on his side. He had to get married to a woman and have kids because he was going to be a bishop, stake president, general authority, mission president, whatever, all the whole works, whatever he could be. He had to be all those things. And so
is he now in a heterosexual marriage, or?
So it progressed. It was progressing as things were going on. People got more and more obvious in our friend group. People more and more were overtly like, are you involved? and that just made him, more neurotic. It made everything about it so weird. It just was so weird. He was just like, and just the way it just dissolved any sense of myself and any sense of like, just take advantage of me. Here I am, take advantage of me. And whatever the bishop was saying, whatever. And he ended up moving overseas as at a certain point in this. And he started this like fake relationship with this girl who like had a crush on him. I think she was early 20s, and he's 31 by this point, 31, I don't know. She's early 20s and had a crush and just had been, kind of fawning over him. Elders Quorum president. I don't know if you've seen that, and maybe if you were at a singles ward or not. And people look at the Elders Quorum president like, oh, he's like the most eligible bachelor in a single adult congregation. And she just really, and so as the heat picked up on he and I, and it was so ridiculous because he was then now getting like weeks away from moving to this new assignment overseas for his job. That it was going to be months, at least 6 months. It wasn't like just for a little bit. And it worked perfectly. So then just within the weeks before, he suddenly is like, this girl is his girlfriend. And I'm just like, and he'd go out, he'd take her out. He'd take her out, and then, he'd call me, he'd be texting me while he was out with her. Just like, I hate this girl. She's so annoying. She's so like, this is so dumb. Like, you're like counting down the minutes so that when he could come home and he could just vent. And I would just be expected to just be there as soon as he'd be back so we could hook up. And like, that was that dynamic. And so then he left. And he was talking to me, trying to get me to get reassigned with my job, what were my opportunities, like to relocate, to we're trying to figure it out, at least, how soon I'd be out to visit, all of these things. We're talking all the time still. It was just this warped situation, but I made this misstep, because everything, he was so controlling. And I made this misstep because this girl who was in my friend group, she was my friend first. I mean, that's how she knew him, or they knew each other, she was my friend first. But she's talking to me, all these different social settings still. And she's just like, so like, you think I'm going to go visit him? I'm going to go fly. I'm going to go out. And I was like, oh, okay. And she's like, what do you think? You're like his best. We're just like, we were best friends. He and I were best friends. And I was just this conversation where like, I didn't, I was so cautious with everything. And it was like, but my misstep that I made was, I was sort of like, well, I was like, I was like, I don't know. Like, do you really like, he's going to be out there at least 6 months, if not maybe a year or two, which I think it did turn out being at least a couple of years, honestly. But I was like, you just went out a few times with him. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, do you want to like find someone maybe at home, like closer to like to date? Like, I'd get if you were like at a certain point in the relationship and you went overseas, but like you just started going out, and that was because she apparently told him like, something along those lines. And then he was so cruel. He just was so cruel to me. And so, he like just cut off contact, and he was really mean. And just
abusive. Would you say abusive?
Yeah. I mean, as it had been the whole time, frankly, as it took a lot of me looking back, this is me talking about the situation now and using some of the terms I'm saying now, was actually years of therapy after all of this went down to even get to the point that he'd taken advantage of me, and that he manipulated me, and that it was unacceptable behavior. I mean, it took a long time. So yeah, that just spirals. I'm just in this emotional spiral anyway, and it just spirals more. And this reparative therapy stuff I was mentioning, that world was just even worse. It was all worse. I then, I talked to the stake president, and I was like, because the bishop had he'd stopped functioning. He hadn't been a leader. As soon as it turned out he'd known all this stuff this whole time and hadn't said anything. And so that, this is months and months later, but it was like, there was no sort of like guidance or support that I could get from him. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to go to the stake president. And I was like, hey, I'm the guy that was, involved. And he was like, what? I'm like, oh, cheers. That stake president, he's like, okay, so you've instantly made this moment where I realized that when it's a bishop who I trust and an elders quorum president who I trust, and I get told a story, doesn't mean I shouldn't have asked questions. And he's like, what do you, he's like, what got told to me 4 months ago, 5 months ago, he's like, I just got told this elders quorum president, was involved, fooled around a little bit with a man. That was all I was told. And then I was just like, no, okay, no, well, he can't keep being the elders quorum president. We released him. He's like, I didn't get any other details. And there was no disciplinary action. There was nothing, that you would have thought. And the stake president was mad. He was actually mad. He's like, this would have been, if not excommunication, disfellowshipment. This is just, he was mad. And he's like, I didn't know that it was long-term. I didn't know any of the setup. I didn't know that the bishop had violated his confidence in his role with this information and the way that it had been disclosed. I didn't know that, elders quorum president groomed you. That it had been, that it was even, I didn't know it was a Mormon. I didn't know it was someone at church. I didn't know it was someone in the congregation. I didn't ask any of these things I didn't know. And he was mad. And it was like nice to have some support in that sense of like, oh, okay, like he doesn't think this is right, but he didn't do anything about it. It was just kind of nice to have like within this faith community that was so important to me, like a leader again, it felt like I could talk to. But it went on. It just really, yeah.
So were there any? So the elders quorum president got released, right?
Yeah, he'd been released. Yeah,
but there were no, let's say, external repercussions for the bishop.
No, there were no repercussions for the bishop whatsoever. And even the elders quorum president, there were no repercussions. I mean, there's small things in the Mormon church, where you do something and it's sort of small discipline, which is just like, well, just don't take the sacrament for a month or something, or don't go to the temple for a month. No, nothing. There's nothing. There was nothing. It just was, it'd been rolled up to the stake president as this elders quorum had made like this one minor sexual, not an all the way intercourse, not a whatever, that he hadn't probed, he hadn't, and so that it had just been some sort of like minor contact. And that was enough that he thought, okay, release him as elders quorum president. But, he didn't think there was anything else, and there was no disclosure that, no, actually there was a lot more to this, but yeah. So
okay, so yeah, this was a very important story to relate, and obviously gives a lot of background and kind of to the flavor of your experience. And
yeah.
So so when did you start coming out to your family and friends and stuff?
Yes. And this, if we go back, you're like, damn, he can talk. But this was like, wait, wasn't this the start of like, when did you start to come out? So this is all happening, this whole stuff, this guy who I'd been involved with it now, it's been probably 4 months since he moved overseas, a few months, 2 or 3 months since he just cut me off and not just cut me off, but, in cruel ways and, harsh things, and finding the stuff with the stake president now. And so still very involved in the church community, but I'm just devastated. I'm just like this shell and just feel just terrible. And we had this day where like a group, it was Saturday, and we would hang out all the time. I mean, it's this big social network, and I was very involved in it with these other church people. And we did like a 5K or something, like an informal, not like with some part of some group, but just within our group, probably, 20, 30 of us, thing, we did it. And we finished and we're having like lunch or something, out in some park. And like, whoa, who shows up? It's the guy, surprise. He's back visiting. He's back in town for a week. And it's just, he makes this big show. He just shows up, and it's just like a couple people would know, but he makes this big show of, going to the girl that he's been, long distance dating now. And I'm just like standing there, and I'm like, I'm just like, and I don't know if I approached him or if he came up to me, but it was like, it's weird. And it was the thing, because enough people at this point. Also turned out one of the other things is that he had told a couple of his friends at a certain point. So some people in the group knew more of what was happening.
So you were, let's say, to those who will listen and not see this interview, you were baffled, you were surprised.
Yeah, sorry, my faces. I was stunned. I was stunned, baffled, shocked, just whoa, okay, here he is. This person who it was obsessive over. He'd framed himself to me as this person who I thought I was in love with. And yet also it was so toxic, and I had little shreds of my brain that could understand how problematic this were. Those were very down deep. It was mostly just like, oh, like I loved this person. And just, so just then there he was. And the heartbreak that it had been not having any contact with him, and the heartbreak of cognitive dissonance of trying to fight off the other thoughts of thinking that, I had been taken advantage of or anything remotely like that. So he kind of makes a show, or like, it's like this like humble gesture of like where he like then hugs me or whatever, this, yeah, like, what it also turned out too, and this, the story will progress quickly, sorry, but it also turned out that what he'd framed to a lot of people I don't know. I was actually already aware of this. I'd gone along with this. I went along with this. I went along with this. As more people started to catch on, he started using the line, well, Ryan has problems.
Oh, wow.
And so as the Elders Quorum president, and then, you know, and then even just because I'm such a good person, even after I was released as Elders Quorum president, which he retroactively then spun was, well, you know, the reason they released me as Elders Quorum president was, you know, it wasn't until a few months later that I got this new assignment, but you know, it's when I said that, hey, I think I was going to get this new assignment. He just retroactively, like, which he just manipulated everything. But he'd been telling people for months, and I went along with this. I went along with it. Of Ryan has problems, so as this compassionate Elders Quorum president, you know, I've just been spending a lot of extra time with Ryan to just help him with his challenges. And I was like, okay, sure. And I like. And so he did this whole thing, and then it was like, okay. And then, you know, everyone's done with the barbecue anyway. We actually had plans with the same group of friends. We're supposed to go to something that evening. But so I went home and back to my house. I was living, I mean, just my apartment, still just a few doors down from him, but I had my own little place to myself. And I just texted my friends that I was like, hey, you know, I'm not feeling good. I'm not going to make the thing later. And it was, I think people were surprised, and I was woven in. I mean, I was close with people. And they were, oh, you know, and it was like, oh, I'll let you know. And then I tried to kill myself. Almost very successfully did. I took like a couple hundred pills. Just whatever I had. It turns out it was the Tylenol, of all things. A Costco bottle of a large bottle of Tylenol turned out was the one that almost was the one that did it. I didn't know enough. And it wasn't some fake cry for help. It wasn't, I hate people say stuff that is just, stop that. You know, that people say, you know, oh, attention, or no, like, I didn't know enough to know how to kill someone or yourself. And I just thought, you know, yeah, but, you know, yeah, drugs are bad, pills are bad, you know, and these things, you know, they have all these warnings. And so, yeah, like, it was a lot. It just was minutes of just, I mean, to be graphic. Yeah, no, nothing, no telling anyone else anything. It was just, I left that thing, that get together where he'd shown up, and I saw him with the girl and this whole thing. And I just was like, there's just no place for me. There's no, I can't do this. I'm just never going to be able to like succeed. I'm never going to be able to be faithful and good as a Mormon. I'm not going to be able to succeed like in other aspects of my life. And like, I'm just like, me existing is just like, I'm just like pulling him down. I'm making his life harder, and like, I'm making life harder for everyone else. I'm just a burden. And like, it didn't even matter enough that no one would care. Like, it did to leave a note, to do, I didn't even, because what was like, I'm so utterly worthless. I was so just absolutely worthless. Yeah, so it took all this stuff, and then I got into bed. I just was like, I'll just go into bed and just like, and I don't know if I passed out, but I was out for a while. It was a while. And let's say this is like 1 p.m. When I do this is now I'm up, and it's like, I wake up and it's 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. And what's interesting, enough people must have been tripped off enough. I must have been acting a certain way when I left that get together. Enough people must have sort of been able to know. And in retrospect, a lot of people are like, yeah, dude, we knew a lot of stuff was happening, for like, something wasn't right, you know, like, not in that exact moment, you know, but the dynamic between me and this guy. But there was a whole bunch of missed calls and a whole bunch of text messages, and it's the people I had all said, you know, but it was things, you know, as the afternoon had gone on, you know, a lot of people, are you sure you're not going to make it? And then a lot of other people saying, you know, hey, I heard from whoever you're not going to come to this thing. Are you sure? And then a lot of people be like, hey, dude, okay, we're at this thing. And like, but just still like, what are you up to instead? You said you weren't feeling well. Like, are you okay? And it was like, ugh. But I'm awake, but I'm just like, things aren't right. And I'm just like, I am like throwing up, like uncontrollably. I'm just very, very unwell, you know, from the pills. And in the middle of this, again, it's like I said, it's 9 or 10 p.m., but another friend calls, and she's just like, hey, okay. They're trying to get a hold. It was like, yeah, hey, I'm okay. I'm like, I just don't feel good. And then it played in because I really was throwing up. I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm just sick. Something sick to my stomach. I'm just not feeling well. And cheers to her. We're not still in contact, but I do appreciate this. I didn't at the time because I wanted to just be left alone to die. But she just like, I'm coming over right now. And I was like, oh no, that's okay. She's like, no, I'm literally on my way. I'm getting in my car right now. I'll be there in a few minutes. And she was, and then she got there and just was like, what's up? I was like, I'm just sick. And I still, at that point, I was just uncontrollably some kind of systemic reaction. I guess I just looked terrifying. I just was like as pale as you could be and just looked very, very bad. And she was like, didn't know what to do. She called, I don't know if she was dating the guy or just another friend, a mutual friend, but she called this guy who's I liked as a friend. And he came over, and so they were very cool. Like, dude, I'm gonna like be offended. Like, I think we need to take you to the hospital. And I'm not being straightforward about anything. I'm just saying I just don't feel good. I'm just sick to my stomach. But I'm like, I'm fine. I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Like, no, dude, like, we gotta get you to the hospital. And then I just was like, I had the one thought. I was like, well, let me take because I like took some medicine earlier. So like maybe just in case that triggered some kind of like allergic reaction. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm like, so I just like put like all the bottles in. Like, I'm sure they were probably like, you're like, wait, what medicine did you take? Just put a whole bunch of bottles in the plastic bag that I was like, well, let me just bring these just in case, so the doctors can check. And so, go to the hospital, and they were like, they're checking their timeline and everything. And they're like, I'm like, you're like pump my stomach or whatever. Like, no, like, dude, this is well metabolized. And, I'm in the emergency room. They do a blood test, and they come in. A nurse just came in and just screamed at me. She's just like, you've killed yourself. You've killed yourself. Like, this is like, she was talking about like whatever the blood work was showing. And she's like, all of your organs are shutting down right now. Like, why would you do this? You have so much promise. You had so much, like, why would you do this? Why would you, and she was just, and so they, I was oddly stable enough. I don't know if they maybe gave me something that helped, so I wasn't like throwing up. But stabilized me and transferred me pretty quickly to the intensive care unit, and they were unambiguous. Like, yeah, we'll have you here and we're going to connect you, but like, it's too late. Like, there's these things that can bind to the different chemicals and things, but like really like time, like you were past the window, and like the blood results are like, this is not like, your blood is just poison. And so they just basically described, they're like, okay, we're going to, have you in intensive care. And they hooked me up, and they, whatever kinds of drugs, whatever the best they could kind of throw at it, but they just described the process of how things
were you fully conscious? You were not delirious or anything?
I was conscious. I would say it probably entered a phase. It probably could be considered probably manic. I was having a full-on mental breakdown, but I was still coherent and had my cognitive abilities. And that's probably that's a hard thing. People sometimes, even talking through stories like this, if I can, talk with a smile, or I talk, sort of, and people sometimes be like, how are you not just crying? And I'm like, well, I don't know. This is where I am. This is where I'm at. But they went through the whole thing of like how everything would shut down and what the timeline was, and now, die. And
how long did you have then? What were they saying?
Like within a day or so. Yeah. And there were things they talked about, things like I forget why, like there's like, there's the tiniest shred of like, if we could get a liver transplant or something, that but there's just no chance, like the way this much, that's what they just kept saying, as much as whatever the amount was, like showing with the blood work, everything, there was just like, no. And I remember, the people who brought me to the hospital told some people, so that, so some people knew that night, within the church congregation again. And then it was so gross, because even the next day, it was like, it was the bishop or the stake president, or both, they came by, and just how sad this is. And I think like, dang, like one of them actually told me, because I was so ashamed and so embarrassed then even of being in this position, and I just wanted to go. I wasn't like, oh no, save me. I was like, cool, sooner than later, like just give me something extra to speed it along. I was over it still. But one of those leaders even said, I was like, should I like call my parents? But I was mortified. I didn't want them to know the circumstance I was in, and I did not want to explain why. I mean, I would rather have died than people found out the bigger circumstances of what had happened. And there was no way, if I told my parents, they weren't going to wonder what is going on. What are the bigger circumstances? And one of those leaders actually flat out said, like, "Oh, I wouldn't say." It's like, wow, how would that have gone if I had died? And I mean, no one would have known, but like, wow, I hope that would have just eaten at that person for the rest of their life. That, wait, I told someone who was on their way to dying not to tell their parents, to come have a last chance to talk to their child before he died. Like, will that ever? Nah. Do I think that even that bishop who was so instrumental in all of this even ever really had guilt? No. He just was able to just segment it right on. But I'm there in the hospital and it's going on, and it's like, okay, then it's been more than a day and I'm in this intensive care unit, and they're checking my blood like this often and all, like my vitals, and I'm just mostly just chilling. I don't know what I was just probably just psychotically obsessing over, like, oh, I wish, everything had been different or something. But
did you start feeling any pain anywhere or something, or no?
Really, which I guess I guess, you don't really feel your internal organs. I guess we don't have a lot of, I don't know, but
right.
no, not that I'm aware of. Yeah. And so, but, I was just there, waiting. I mean, there was a thought, waiting for me to lose conscious, waiting for whatever systems would shut down, whatever. But then it's like, it's more than a day, and it's gotta be like, maybe it's the next, I'm not sure, but whatever. They come in and like the doctor comes in and he's like, hey, we have your latest results. And he's like, we need to talk. And I was like, okay. And he's like, I don't know what, and this was just like, I was not cool with this. And he's like, I kind of don't know how to describe this, I mean, in any other terminology other than a miracle. And I was like, not happy. I was not happy about that. And he's like, your system cleared it out. Like, you're back to normal. Like, you're gonna be here. You've got probably another day still. We're gonna keep testing, but like, this is just like, your blood work is perfect. Like, everything is cleared out. There's no evidence of anything. I don't know why they didn't do something like a CAT scan or something, or I don't know. They didn't do I don't know. And there's but I was like, what? And like, yeah, so, we're just saying, so I was there, and another, into the next day. And
so there was they didn't do like a blood transfusion or anything.
No, because they talked about, like I said, they talked about a lot of the things, and they talked about drugs. They'd hooked me up to whatever the drug, whatever the main thing was, it was how they would treat. They threw a lot of things. They did a lot of things that were, I was IVs and different substances to try and the best they could possibly throw to counter, the chemicals that I'd ingested and were in my bloodstream, and minimize the damage and things. But they had been very clear that it was like well past. So like, these are things that like need to happen within this many hours. And it has been so much longer than that, and so, like I said, they talked about like a liver transplant, but that there was probably no way that could have happened fast enough. And also, with other, the effects of other things, like if that would even be enough, about the damage to other things anyway. But then it was just your blood work is, everything is fine again. Just cleared out. And like I said, I resented so much, especially that he used the term miracle. It's like, I don't really know how to say it. I was like, it's like a miracle. And I was like, no, like, yeah.
So okay, let's stay on the miracle thing for a second. Did your friends and, I don't know, leaders like pray or fast for you, or?
I don't know. I got there's Mormon church blessings. People would give me a blessing, and things like that. And
so you received the blessing while you were at the hospital.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I was in the ICU, like I said, another day, and they kept checking, and it just confirmed, repeatedly, like, yeah, like there isn't anything that indicates damage. They cleared out, and everything is kidney function, liver function, all of these other things they could check. Everything was fine. Blood tests, urine tests, whatever. So they
You
released me.
were still young. You had lived a clean life.
Yeah, I know, right? Never had a sip of alcohol, never done drugs, didn't drink coffee or tea. I mean, there's all the things, clean living. I was fit, I was healthy, so yeah. So they transferred me still not out of the woods medically, but not enough that I needed to be in intensive care. So they transferred me to like the general, like just hospital just to stay. And it said too, they'd said like, that's when the conversations that they hadn't even bothered having had because I was going to die, that then turns in, so, okay, we're going to transfer you to the medical ward. But also though, because it's a suicide attempt, we're going to just make sure you're stable in the medical ward, give that a little bit more. But then, there's this thing called a 5150 hold. It's a medical legal hold where someone who's at risk to themselves, they can keep, and, they just have to go to transfer to the mental hospital aspect of the thing. And the trick was like, this is the shred. This is now, okay, me coming out. I get transferred to the regular, and this is like, it's night for some reason. It's like later at the point in the day, finally, like 11 p.m. something. And I'm over in the regular hospital and just there's a minder. I'm assigned a minder, someone that just has to be around me all the time because of the circumstances of why I was there. They're still, checking my vitals and stuff all the time, but I wasn't connected to all these IVs and things anymore. And that, like, it was chaotic and messy, but like something just like fired up in me. I was sitting there and I just all of a sudden was like, wait, like I did this to escape and I've now failed at it. And it was for the first time in a year. This was happening almost exactly at the year mark of when this Elders Quorum president that first night he pounced on top of me. And something finally just fired up. And so I posted to our ward congregation's Facebook group. I posted kind of just this like loose what had happened. Not in detail, not at all. Just sort of like, hey, here's some of the things. I still actually wasn't even confident. I basically described that the Elders Group president had done these things, but I didn't say I was the person he did them to or kind of the circumstances. And I just posted it. And that's and just blew up immediately. It was like, wow, how many people are checking Facebook at like midnight on a Monday morning or something, Monday evening, like going into Tuesday, whenever it happened to be at this point. And it was like, turns out a lot. And I'm just dodging all the calls. I'm dodging all the texts and Facebook messages and, or whatever messages. And, then friends start to be like, oh my gosh, like they picked it together. Like, is this you? Was this you? Like, okay, so this is what's going on. This is what's been going on. And I took down the post pretty quick, within an hour or so, and then was just a mess and, go to sleep. And the next day was funny. Finally, the day where like I told my parents. And so like that I was, and so then they came, like I told them I was in the hospital and told, kind of, and like it was still vague, but so then they came the next morning, they were there. And that's then where I told my parents for the first time, like what had been going on. And it was like, it's like tearful. And it was just like, I'm gay, and it was just, I wish I'd been at that point. And I don't know if this all held me back, like kept me in longer or was part of getting out. I don't know. But even then it was just this tearful confession of like, I have feelings of attraction for the same gender. And then the circumstances happened. And, my mom and stepdad and other friends throughout that day then, and my sister and her husband, just started telling people. My parents' first reaction, I think my stepdad was actually like just way chill about it, but like was like, we like don't talk about anything. But it was surprising that he was just like, he was kind of like, yeah, I mean, it kind of wandered for a long time. Like, as I just you know, don't think, you should feel bad about yourself. I was like, oh, okay. My mom's first reaction, I think the very first thing she says was just, as soon as I say it, she said, but what about the church? And I'm just like, no, I still believe. And it's like, oh, okay, that's good. And it was like with my parents, we just didn't talk about it again. And my sister, I think actually too, oddly enough, there was no, but it led to some friends, and it led, that was the first time I was really telling people. And it was like, oh, like friends are still friends. The funny side effect actually though, congregation wise, most of my friends were now no longer my friends. And it was actually, of all the things, it was the Facebook post. It was the Facebook post. That was like, it was criminal that I would like air the dirty laundry. And it was actually a lot of people, this probably went for 5 years after this. And this, we're talking 2011. There were probably 5 years where I would get someone out of the woodwork that I'd known during this era and just message me randomly, get a hold of me randomly, and like apologize and be like, like I was awful. Like this all happened. And I just literally, I couldn't process it. Like that doesn't happen. Elders quorum presidents don't do things like this. Bishops don't do things like this. Stuff like this doesn't happen in the Mormon church. Like you couldn't have possibly gone through this experience like this. And so I just leaned into what this other person had said, where you're unstable. And then it made it even easier because you were in the hospital on a suicide attempt. Like it made it even, this is just a crazy person, because that worked with my narrative. Then I could keep saying Mormon church is perfect and these things don't happen. And people don't struggle with things like being gay in the Mormon church. There isn't actual real consequences that like someone even get to the point of wanting to take their own life because of the disparity of being a gay Mormon and the ramifications that can have. And so I've appreciated that. I've appreciated those people kind of having that recognition. But wow, in the moment, I retained in a very big group of friends, a very active social circle. I had 2 people still, from the main congregation. Some other friends that were kind of adjacent to the situation that were still around, but 2 people was it. That was it of who would still talk to me. I was absolute pariah. I just congregations. I went one time to that same congregation and it was just unambiguous. It was not, gosh, no, I was a glutton for punishment. I might have gone a couple times, but it was just unambiguous. There was no place for me in that congregation anymore. And just that, yeah. So, but it cracked the door. I'd come out, I told people I was more comfortable, moved to a new congregation, so much more guarded, so much progress that had happened over, like I said, starting on the mission of opening up to people, being more retreated from that so much, and was so much more cautious again, but was also finally far less afraid. It wasn't this big thing of being afraid people find out I was gay. And so it was far more at ease, not anyone I met just openly gay, but like okay with people knowing, and so it was in this new congregation, making new friends, and that was great. So that was that.
So how long did you stay active, and then when did you become inactive?
Yeah. So this is still LA area. So I'm still in the LA area. This is 2011. And so I had this phase, and then it starts to go like I'm getting older, getting, more mature, single, and it shifted, no more fake dating women, no more any of that, it was like, something will still work out, but whatever. And then it was the start of 2015. I moved to San Francisco. And it was great. The same thing, Mormons still fully believing, still knowing all the stuff, and great congregation up here. This just really like progressive, like really like down for the cause, like of liberal agenda, basically, like this whole progressive, a lot of mindset and things like that. I was like, wow, but like still faithful Mormons. And I was like, oh, okay. Like partially it felt like, okay, this is a lot of a workable situation. And there were openly gay members in the congregation already. There were gay couples, married couples, things that were active, involved. And it was like, wow, okay, cool. And I clicked, and I loved the people, and they were great, and they were so supportive. And so 2015 goes along, and then if end of 2015, November-ish or so, I think. Mormon Church comes out, what has now termed, the common thing, the exclusion policy. And that was, a lot of these things as I'm getting now, into my 30s, and it's worth saying, being single still sort of like, what is my place in this church? And what is my place? Like, I don't want to be single and celibate forever. I don't want to be like, I want to be able to connect with people. I want to have a relationship. But I've got to be faithful. And so this exclusion policy comes out that is just, I mean, literally to be in a gay marriage, oddly, actually more than in a relationship or just sexual activity, but to be gay married was literally defined as worse than murder or rape.
And well, not worse, but on at the same level, right?
No, murder and rape are not apostasy. Gay marriage was defined as apostasy.
Oh yeah, okay, right.
There was almost nothing else.
Sure.
Apostasy was always, it's that fun Mormon intellectual debate of sort of like, what's so bad that's actually apostate? What can you actually do to go to outer darkness? Rapists and murderers still just go to the celestial kingdom. What do you have to do that's so bad? And like, oh, just apparently get married to someone of the same gender. It's like, I mean, but that was just, wow. And then the other part of that was, and children with one or more gay parents were forbidden as babies from being blessed, which, again, you being a convert, me growing up in the Mormon church, we had, anytime someone in the congregation had a baby, there'd be a blessing, but it was endless that all kinds of non-Mormons and non-faithful people, and even maybe you didn't really know what their background was, or, it didn't really matter because it was a baby and it was precious. And so if anyone wanted their baby blessed, they would do it. I saw that all growing up, and that was fundamental everywhere in the Mormon church. Babies are pure, holy beings. I think baby blessings are one of the actual things in the Mormon church that is just like a really beautiful teaching. And it's so counter to a lot of other original sin mainstream Christianity that Mormons don't believe that. Babies are flawless. And it's just taking this baby in front of a congregation and saying, welcome to the world. Here's 100 or a couple hundred people who are here witnessing your existence and welcoming you in. And we're channeling with all of our love and all of the love of heaven and angels and God into you, that you are happy and healthy and successful and have a good life. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. That's a cool thing to do that. And then seeing why then the blowback. Oh, but not if the baby has a gay parent. Wow. And then baptism, no baptism for anyone, which again, there's plenty with parental permission. You get baptized, they don't care what the parent, you have a parent in jail for murder and their kid can get baptized in the Mormon church. But it became the other part was no blessings and no baptism. The person had to be over the age of 18 minimum and had to formally disavow the gay parent. Wow. And so people, I remember the first couple of days I saw it and was the way of wherever the channel that I'd seen it, I knew right off that it had actually been a policy update from the Mormon church. The blow up in those first 2 days was all of these very, very faithful members, because it was just so caustic and so counter to so many things that we had been taught as Mormons, unconditional love and babies are without sin. And seeing people that were very, very strong Mormons and actually posting, this is a lie, this is a slander campaign, some group has done this to make the Mormon church look bad because this is just discussing all these things. And then a couple days later, the Mormon church says, well, so this is formal policy. Not
only policy, but revelation
and doctrine. Exactly. Exactly. And what was funny seeing that was how many people then very quickly, oh, well, I've thought more about it and actually realized, like, this is actually because God loves these, he wouldn't want the child with gay parents, growing up in a religion, hearing that their own parents don't have a valid relationship. So, I mean, so it's compassionate to not have. And I'm like, and that weekend was hard. The weekend that was a very hard. And I was just like, what am I doing? What am I doing in this religion? And I just prayed and prayed and prayed and probably fasted and all these things, just like, and I stuck with it. I was like, it's just another thing. It's just another thing that like, there's something God is figuring this out. Cause wow, the Mormon church is just bizarrely obsessed with this issue. They just can't leave the gays alone. I mean, this is 2015 and this is 7 years now after Prop 8, where the Mormon church has now spent simultaneously millions of dollars on defending the family and defending religious freedom, lobbying efforts that are overtly anti-gay, but also have spent millions of dollars doing outreach. They've donated to gay causes. They've created these gay Mormon websites. They've done all this stuff to try and no, we like gays. We like gays. BYU policies have changed. There's all of these things, you know, that, and then all of a sudden just, nope, surprise. Like, you know.
No, Ryan, we have to give a sentence of background to why this whole thing, why the November 5th, 2015 policy came out, was the church's reaction to the U.S. Federal gay marriage, I don't know, law or recognition or whatever.
June, I believe, May or June 2015, the United States Supreme Court, and this actually ties back to where the earlier, it goes all the way back to that 2004 and the Prop 8 and all, you know, but it was a lawsuit that got all the way to the United States Supreme Court, and the United States Supreme Court ruled fundamentally there is no basis for blocking people of the same gender for being married. It is undue overreach. You know, there's nothing constitutionally that supports this. And then boom, in an instant, gay marriage became the law of the land in all of the United States.
And the way I realized the church's rationale, you correct me, the church's rationale was that if they will not officially let's say, declare gay marriage apostasy and set up these barriers, then some, you know, people from outside might be able to come and forcefully ask the church to start marrying gays. Is that kind of what the rationale was?
You know, so it's amazing at how much work members of the Mormon church do to self-regulate. It's amazing at how little the organization actually has to say or do. And that lets them get away with a lot because there aren't a lot of like at least overt statements. As far as I know, the Mormon church never said anything like that. Among the membership, that was a very common thing. People said, well, if, you know, aside from that, like nonsense, oh, it's compassionate nonsense, you know, sometimes excluding someone from the birthday party, like, you know, like, well, Billy, you know, it's good that we're not inviting Billy to the birthday party because we all hate Billy. And, you know, won't he feel bad if he's at a birthday party that everyone hates him? Like, no, that's not compassionate. Like, just make room for him. But I don't know that the church ever formally clarified that was why. But membership talked about things like, well, which also is worth talking about because that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. There's no basis right now. I can't sue a religion to make them give me their religious rights. That's, you talk about religious freedom. What is one of the most fundamental, hardcore things in US society that is protected is religious freedom. I mean, what a joke that a religion in America that is such a protected entity. I mean, religion period, not just talking about the LDS Church. They are so protected. And to think, you know, but people would say stuff like that. Well, you know, someone's going to sue that they'll have to marry a gay person, or they'll have to let a gay married person still be allowed to be Mormon, or they'll have to let a gay person be married in the temple. I mean, there's just no basis for that in anything that's ever happened. It doesn't hold up. It does not hold up. It's not a sound legal argument.
Well, it could also have been that, you know, the church is very much high on, you know, sustaining law of the land, and I think they might have just wanted to make it clear that this is one of those laws that we don't sustain. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I think there's a lot more to it. I think there is a lot. I think a lot of me now, you know, post-Mormon, we're getting closer and closer to post. But a lot of it is just genuinely, sincerely held belief. I don't see, and I could be wrong, I could be missing something still to this day, but the thing with the Mormon church is like, you know, among the senior leadership and among the population, but among even the senior leadership, it is just sincerely held belief. They just believe it. And so something more along the lines of what you just said is that it's just literally, it was just supposed to be something effectively in their thinking, innocuously saying, hey, just to be clear, regardless of the law of the land, this is still our stance. It came across a lot more harsh, obviously, and kind of clumsy. And it really was also, the membership was changing. A lot of the membership base was sort of like, was there with it. Like I said, this is now 7 years after Prop 8, but even during Prop 8, is those of us that are out hanging flyers and making phone calls and hours of work every single day for this thing, we're still having conversations like, why does banning gay marriage really make sense? I mean, we were hardcore Mormons. And so they were losing a lot of the sentiment where people were like, this just doesn't add up. It's not in the Bible. It's not in the Book of Mormon. It's not even explicitly like, this just starts getting talked about in pretty recent times in church policy and teachings. Like, why are we so opposed to this thing? Why are we making such a big deal about this issue? And
in any case, what we do know now is that 3 years later, it had blown up so hard in church's face that 3 years later, the church basically, what do you call this? What's the word in English? They
rescinded.
They rescinded the policy.
Yeah.
So they, by revelation again, of course, they got the new revelation that.
And I don't know. I've heard that it was rescinded. I don't actually even know the circumstances of how, because I was gone by then. But I don't even know, like, if it was a casual, like, oh, it's just kind of not there, or if any statements were made, or if any acknowledgement of like that wasn't right. I don't actually even know.
There was a statement made at the general conference. So
okay. Yeah, and what I do know that is what happened though, and thank goodness to all these other people. So many people looking out for the gays. That's what people don't realize, and here's like one other little segment of something is just, you stop advocating for yourself when you grow up in this environment. You grow up gay and Mormon, you stop being your own advocate. And I think we know in society how important it is to advocate for others, but I think fundamentally we all know, like, you got to advocate for yourself. You've got to be your own biggest champion. And when you become your own biggest enemy and you think you're fundamentally flawed, that's a lot of like growing up gay in the Mormon church. And it's just, that hurts so much, and it robs you of so much confidence and so much ability. And there's plenty of other things in the Mormon church. There's plenty of other areas where things like that happen, to pull confidence away and things. But I'm so grateful for the people that did speak out. Straight, married, heterosexual couples, that were spoke up. And even as I stayed, what was interesting to see is hearing, that it started this flood of resignations from the Mormon church. And apparently, talking to people, knowing like, things like that had happened before. Prop 8, apparently the 1978, revelation on Black people, had led to a large number of people leaving, which is like gross, because you realize they were leaving because they wanted the church to be more racist. But, in this case, people leaving because they were like, this is gross. Like, you can't keep, and so I'm so glad for people that spoke out. And apparently that flood where they thought would just be like, yeah, this happens when we make an announcement, it didn't stop. It just kept going. People just kept leaving at these much, much higher rates. I mean, to the point there was like some tiny department in church headquarters that processes formal resignations that they had to upstaff. And at a certain point then actually outsource. They had to bring in the church's law firm, one of their law firms, because the volume was so high to process. And going for a prolonged period, years. I don't know where it's at this point. very interesting. But obviously that's what tied into, in huge part, you know, that policy getting rescinded. And that's what I wish to people that are still there. I know people that are faithful and that don't have these anti-LGBTQ views, or don't have racist views, or don't have a lot of other things that get misogynistic views that get casually perpetuated in the Mormon church and hidden under doctrine, that are really harmful things. And for the people that are still there that don't think that, I have a hard time a lot of times, because it's just like, you being there, the biggest thing you can do, frankly, it's not a church that you can really protest. You can really speak out. You can really do this stuff. And the most impactful thing you can do is if you leave. And,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
that would be like, from their perspective, that would be like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You know, there's
exactly.
so much good in the
And I
church.
can remember, sorry, yeah,
No,
sorry.
that's all.
Okay. From my perspective, I can remember too, right. When I was in it, I didn't think there was anywhere else to go. So imperfect, and this counters my core philosophies around the world of the way I think people should be treated and things. You know, these are people I'm saying currently still in it, but they literally, I don't consciously feel this in the same way I did when I was in it, but I can remember that I thought that,
Mhm.
oh, right. There was literally nowhere else to go. As messed up as this might be, there isn't another option. And so that's just sort of, there's other options. But yeah, when you're in it, you think, no, like this is, you do have to stick with it. You do have to wait for God's plan to just figure it out. You do have to wait for, you know, I hear people say things that I wouldn't even dare entertain thoughts like this when I was still a Mormon. But people say, well, you know, there's times that, like, in the Book of Mormon, we see bad leaders. We see people in power who are not righteous. And, you know, there's times that, you know, we can think within the church leadership now that there's people at the head of the church that aren't operating, which that's doctrinal blasphemy in the Mormon church. I would never go there with thoughts like that while I was Mormon. And I'm impressed to even see him like, okay, this just adds to the contradiction for me, because I'm like, I couldn't even entertain a thought like that while I was Mormon because you're not allowed to. So I'm like, you're actively Mormon. I'm like, okay, you did cheers, you know, like cheers. You can actually think, you know, at senior leadership levels that there has been corruption, you know, and but that's okay. God will figure it out. It's all part of the process of
Right.
saints.
Religion religion and tradition are very resilient things, you know.
Yeah.
With all the child molestation scandals in the Catholic Church, and well, other problems and scandals in other churches, people are still Catholics and people are still whatever. So
Yeah.
it's you know, religion is people who have studied religion and say that you know, that we are sort of preconditioned or wired for religion. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's a definitely a very human tendency.
Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. And I try and remind myself of that. I try to be not on some crusade to pull people out of the Mormon church. I mostly just don't pay attention to the Mormon church, or I'm not, you know, there's all these things that get said, you know, people leave the Mormon church and they just can't leave it alone because they always just know. It's like, no, like, goodbye. But it's always a part of my past, and it's a lot of like my family, and it had been a lot of friends, but I mean, it's been a lot of culling that friend group,
Right,
you know,
right.
where I've had to get distance. I've had to get away from it.
So right now, are you still like officially on the membership roll, or?
So, yeah, so no, to be clear, I made it through the 2015 thing. I don't know what happened. Moving on, you know, getting into 2016, and like, you know, it was this congregation up here that was supportive, and I felt at peace. And I was involved in the stake mid singles leadership, and, you know, seeing a lot of things. And it finally, like, I don't know what to say in terms of the process of leaving. It didn't feel like a process. I was fully fully active. I mean, no matter, I'm a traveler, I travel around the world, and no matter where I would find church. I would go like out of my way, hours, dirt roads, whatever, in random places. So I would be at church on a Sunday. I was with it and involved, up here, this leadership role and all. It's just like early 2016. So a few months after the thing, I don't know what to really tie it to. I don't know. I wish I could say this is exactly how it unraveled, other than to just share the exact experience. I woke up, it's probably 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning to get ready to hustle out to a stake leadership meeting, do that for a few hours, then go to church for hours. And it would have been, a day of church, until probably 9 p.m., of doing things. But I woke up and I was just sitting there in bed, and I'd been trying to figure out, I can't have this hope that the Mormon church would suddenly change, because these are doctrinal things and that's not how it works. And it's like, I can't, what is it that I'd want? What is it that and I knew, like I said, I knew about the warts. It wasn't like there was some oh, well, the Mormon church is wrong, and also I had profound experiences, genuine, profound, deep experiences. And I could not deny those. And again, my only frame of reference for those was what the church had taught me. Those are from God, and that's the Spirit. And it's all confirming that this is the true church. And it's like, well, I can't argue with that. I've had this experience but I'm awake. I'm just in bed. I'm about to get up. And it's like, it just clicked. It just clicked. And it was like, oh, those experiences it was bigger. It was bigger than the Mormon church. It was like, oh, those experiences don't mean that there's a God. There was a fundamental assumption I was still operating on. God and Jesus were fundamental. That was separate. It doesn't matter if the Mormon church exists or not. That had nothing to do with the existence of God and Jesus. And then I was like, wait, but why do I think that? And it clicked. It wasn't like I worked through this. It wasn't like the way I'm talking through it. It was something in the moment. It just all clicked. And it was like, oh, I have had these profound experiences. Those profound experiences don't mean God. And everything just made sense. All of a sudden, everything just made sense. I was like, oh, okay. Like, I'm not following some path that God wants me to follow. I'm not doing and I've had these experiences and I pray and I feel these feelings and it means, so I just have to keep sticking with this church that is fundamentally damaging me. It was like, no, these experiences are just profound experiences that I've had, and humans are capable of having experiences like this. And frankly, look at any religion or out of religion, and people have experiences all like that. As much as Mormons say a lot of these things are, you will only feel, when you get the gift of the Holy Ghost kind of thing. And it's like, well, actually, no, other people and other groups describe exactly the same thing in their own flavor of interpretation of whatever that means. Mm-hmm. And it just clicked. And I realized, and that was just like, oh, okay. And then if these profound experiences didn't actually mean God and Jesus Christ, again, as the Mormon church had defined, then there was nothing. Then everything else was I already knew all the nonsense about everything else. I already knew the really what really is the Joseph Smith stuff? What really is the Book of Mormon origins? What really is the racist policies, the misogynistic policies, the anti-gay policies, the anti people of color, the anti-indigenous population things. I mean, there's so many things. And I already knew all that. And then all of a sudden it all just made sense. I was like, oh, okay. And so I pick up my phone and I text the bishop, and I was like, hey, could you, let the stake people know I'm not going to be at the meeting. I'm not going to present the thing. And I'm done. I'm done with the Mormon church. I'm done. Whatever we need to do to get me off, let me know. I'm happy to have a chat with you this week. But I'm done. It was just done. And he wanted to talk. I had a good chat with him. It was actually funny as I talked to him, and then other people reach out. Mormons are great at that. I was actually funny because just describing it was like, even really sitting and talking through, there was people really couldn't answer it. And it was almost funny. Like one group with a few people that came over to try and, save me. Almost, it was like they were leaving, almost like they were like seriously questioning their own. And it was like, well, it wasn't what I was trying to go for here, but
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. Um, so yeah, so I, yeah, started the process, formally off the records and everything. Told my parents, told my family. That
Mhm.
hit so much harder than coming out as gay. That was leaving the church was it was just but
What
that
is
was
your
it.
relationship now with your parents?
Yeah, so this was 2016. Getting away from that was great. Then started actually dating men. Started comfortably, being open to the idea that I could be capable of being loved, and I could be capable of loving someone else. And again, this isn't just Mormon church stuff. This is damage from the Mormon church. There's damage from my family background too. So not lumping it all on the Mormon church, but issues I had, and just progressing, and like just life started progressing so fast. It literally felt like I'd been 8 the whole time. I'd been infantilized this whole time, and then suddenly just starting to experience a lot of these things, and kind of like a normal development into adulthood that I hadn't even gone, going on a date in a functional way, in a not I'm going to hell for doing this, and it was amazing. And so it was good progress, had a boyfriend for the first time, all these other experiences, and it's been good. The world is just so much bigger. There's so much more love. There's so much more compassion. There's so many more ways of thinking, and so much more connectedness. And I don't need a philosophy that tells me what's going to happen after I die. And I especially don't want to be living a life that I'm living my whole life in a certain way, that it doesn't really matter what I'm doing now, save whatever it needs to be, so that it's after this life. It's like this life is something I can cherish and embrace, and it's a beautiful thing to experience this with immediacy, and to cherish the moments I have now, that it isn't, well, I'll see insert relative whatever again in the next life. It's how about having more quality time with these people now in this life, and finding more meaningful ways of living. And it's just been great. It's been so good, and so much healing. And it's let me finally go back and start dealing with a lot of stuff that I will still have a lot more dealing with. Really. I'm not there as this person that's like, I'm past this. This is like, I'm still going to have to do so much dealing with all this, and but, um, the family question, I have had to cut off a lot of friends, was one aspect of it. A lot of people just dropped me once I was more obviously openly gay, and out of the LDS Church. People did just drop me. It was like, oh, you kind of didn't want to think you knew people like that, and then realize like, oh yeah, okay, that person just purely unfriended me because I'm gay. Most people weren't though. But what's grosser, and this ties back into the family, is this like patronizing pity.
Mhm.
Like, oh, well, we would feel bad for you. Like, well, of course I wouldn't. I'm not a bigot. I wouldn't unfriend you because you're gay. I just feel bad that you're
You're
making
always
these.
welcome. You're always welcome back.
Yeah, you're always welcome back, and of course you're always welcome. You're the one that's making just these sad life choices. You're hurting yourself, and it's just patronizing. And it's
Mhm.
like, well, no, that's not what this is. It's like, I get it. You have to tell yourself that. But it was really bad with my family. It was especially bad with my family, and they were oblivious to it. I mean, the only way I could operate within my family was in this dynamic of just being minimalized, and just I was the scapegoat for anything. I was just an awful person that like they got bonus points for like the pity that they showed by like having me be around. I mean, it just was not a good dynamic. It was very toxic with my mom and stepdad and my stepsister, the one that was the closest, like I said, in age to me. And it just finally, like these shreds of confidence just building and building in me. And I finally just pushed back and was like, you can't treat me like this. We can't have this dynamic. It was always that I was always like, I was the guilty party. I was the wrong one. I was the one that, I would start fights, or I was, whatever. I was literally crazy. I was, and it's just so much weight. And it was just like, and just how lucky it was that they tolerated me or pitied me or had compassion for me. As just this awful person. And I finally was just like, no. And the way that they could, manipulate me, like, why do, like manipulation and control and, maintaining their own narratives, it doesn't have to be even broader than that. They weren't like squeezing me for cash or something, I mean, it's just, but it's just all these weird forms of control and the way that they run their own narratives and things. And it started with my stepsister, actually. Funny enough, I really pushed back on her and just, this isn't acceptable behavior. And just in some, things, I was like, you can't keep treating me like this. Like, this isn't okay. And I knew even just that was enough, that even that I knew was a high risk situation, because that had always been, that's an issue with me too, that my family has loved to dangle over me is abandonment. It's like terrified of it. And wow, have they weaponized that for a very long time against me. And so it was always, afraid if I said anything back, I'd get cut off or something. And so, yeah, so I pushed back. I finally pushed back, and I knew pushing back on my sister, and I was right. Me saying, I'm not going to stand for this anymore. I'm not going to be subject to this anymore. You can't keep treating me like this. Well, what was the reaction? I mean, I was saying, I'm not going to be here for this. I will cut this off. She then was like, oh, you will cut this off? Okay, well, you are cut off. Cut me off hardcore. Went out of her way to like block me every possible way she could, which is just hilarious. I mean, just like really like, but what's funny, once I did that with my sister, it clarified for me a lot of like, well, she grew up in a different flavor that she got, but in the same household, it was just toxic growing up. And I get it. Like, she treated me how she was taught to treat me. That's how my sister was taught to treat me. And then the wheels started turning. I've been clear for a long time on like how problematic my stepdad's behavior had long been. But I think I'd given my mom more of a pass for some reason. I hadn't really thought about it. And once I cut my sister off, I was thinking a lot about that. And I looked at my mom and stepdad, and it was just, I'd realized I'd actually been trying to have this conversation probably for about a year, where I'd been we can't keep having this dynamic like this. It's just toxic. And just deaf ears. And finally just ended up having, tried to bring things up with my mom again, just incapable of having a functional conversation. And we ended up just having this huge blowout argument. And I was very, very clear cut that like I was like, I'm done with this. I will never be subject to being treated like this again. I will never be subject to being, basically, if you can imagine, like, treat someone like horribly. And this is the pattern I've been in. And I realize how much I invite people to do this to me, was, treat someone horribly enough so that they then react. And then you can claim the way you've been treating them the whole time is, well, but look, see how you react, see what a bad person you are. You got upset by this, and see, like, you're unstable. I was like, and I keep buying into that. It's like, well, yeah, okay. And I do, and I feel bad. I got mad. I got, and then I would just be like, okay, so yeah, they're right. But I was clear. I was crystal clear. There was no avenue to them being willing to listen or think about it. And I get it. But I just was like, it's not going to keep happening, and was crystal clear about it. Mm-hmm. And that was it. I cut it off after that phone call, and I'd said I was, and that was it. And I think now this is more than a year later. This was fall of 2019. Mm-hmm. Didn't realize cutting off the people closest in my life, as we were going into a pandemic, that I'd be isolated and locked down, and the effects of that, but, and it's sad, and I miss them a lot, and it hurts a lot. It's grieving a loss that hurts a lot. And it's also processing for the first time a lot of the mistreatment that I had not looked at as mistreatment. And I hadn't looked at as the way that, again, like I've said a few times, the way I've invited people to treat me this way, because it's what I know. It's sort of like, hey, here I am, like, mm-hmm. I'm cool, I'm smart, I'm whatever, and hardworking, but like, no, actually, just like treat me like shit. Treat me poorly. Mm-hmm. Treat me poorly. Because that was the dynamic I knew from the people closest to me. And what's been really amazing is it's been a lot more clearing people out, but clearing outdated notions, outdated beliefs about myself. And it started to get kind of scary. Like, oh, maybe I'm just unstable. Maybe I'm maybe I'm just cutting everything off and like, oh, maybe there's something else wrong. Like, this is bad. I'm damaging all of these friendships and family relationships. And, but it's really come around, and I've realized, and it's beautiful, because it actually is like, no, it's like I had a room full of junk, or a path. It's better a pathway that's, and it just had all this stuff, all of these obstacles, all of these things. And I'm tied to some of them. Other ones are just in my way, and I'm afraid that, because, well, but if you get rid of that, then you have nothing. Then you don't have friends and family. And that's terrifying. But I did it. It had to be done. And what I've actually found was, oh, wait, I've gotten this stuff off of my path. And then now I can see a path. And very quickly, people have come into my life, that I'm having these relationships and connections now that are far more meaningful. And I'm open. I have some of my Mormon friends that are still friends, good friends, and they're like, it's kind of hard to argue with you leaving the Mormon church. Like, the difference that it's been in the last year, not the last few years, but then even again in the last year, they're like, dude, it's just so much weight off of you, and you're just, so different in the best ways. It's such a positive thing. And it's just, it's clear to me now that that's what it is. That scary, deep fear, I'll have nothing. And in reality, no, like, there were things that were holding me back, that getting rid of that, it wasn't empty. It was making room for healthy things, healthy relationships, healthy friendships, growth, and progress. And that's been amazing. And that's where I am. Here I am now. That's where I'm at. And there's a lot more to do, but yeah.
So just a couple more questions. So do you still have any, I don't know, like metaphysical or religious beliefs or kind of worldview?
I don't outwardly say that I do, or inwardly really think that I do. But it's also funny, because Mormons define things so narrowly, and that's how I learned to define things. It's interesting talking now as I have this much broader, and talk about things like living in a city like San Francisco, this much broader view of people's viewpoints on the world and cosmology and what was metaphysical, is that what you said?
Yeah.
There's all of these much broader understandings, and it's actually quite interesting, as I will talk about things that I do believe. And I have a lot of friends like, dude, that is God, or that is faith, or that is spirituality. And I'm like, no. And they're like, no, but yeah. And I'm like, no. But what I think now is just getting to the position I'm at, and other experiences, and it's, I feel this sense of connectedness with humans, in a much more profound way, which I find ironic. Mormon teaching, we are all children of God. We are all the same, but that one doesn't like click for some reason. It's not how that church actually operates, and it's not how the membership actually operates. But getting to a point now where like that feeling has just shifted in such a way that it's like, oh, whoa, we are all like, almost, we're all the same being. It's almost a false concept. It's like, if my fingers, like, we're living this individuality thinking like my fingers are thinking they're separate. Like, humanity is we're a lot more like fingers. We are about as individual as a finger is. We are connected. We are part of a much bigger entity. And again, I'm not saying some grand, like, whatever metaphysical, whatever that happens to be, just pure actual function. We are the same. We are the same species. We are the same people. And we hurt ourselves endlessly by isolating, by othering, by having these differences. And that has just gotten fundamental within me. It sounds hippy dippy. But I
Yeah.
mean, it just gives me hope. It gives me hope in this world we're living in that is so much more connected. And we're seeing a lot of really rough growing pains as people experiencing having knowledge and access to all this information. And what do you mean? Not everything I read is true. Like, yeah, no, dude, you can read whatever you want online. Yeah, anyone can publish whatever they want. You can say whatever they want. There is verifiable and objective truths and knowledge, and I see optimism. We've got things to work on, but I'm very optimistic about that, and I think I see the reasons why. It's just, it is so without a doubt. I mean, barely touched on, I studied economics, but there's this game theory, shows, kind of like as people make decisions, and the most common was the prisoner's dilemma is sort of like, if the two of us are going to go to jail, and like, if I rat out on you, does it lessen the chances for me? Well, what that leads to is, so then what prisoner's dilemma shows is, well, where it trends is, so then we both rat each other out, and
Mhm.
it's the least optimal outcome. Whereas actually, if we actually defended each other and hoped that the other one was doing the same thing at the same time, that's the best outcome.
Mhm.
Uh, and we're just living in a society right now that's just this endless prisoner's dilemma, where we're just operating. If I don't just purely look out for myself, or even within our institutions and groups and countries, if we don't look out for ourselves first, and I just fundamental, no, stop that. We're all the same. We're all the same. If we would all look out for each other, all of us, we will all do better. This world will be with us. That to me is the future. That's paradise. We could be a species that is living, and a lot of the things are the dreams of people in heaven. We can have that. We can have that. We can be living this life that everyone can have access to these things. And I mean, things meaning like food and shelter and safety and rights and freedom. And I don't know, I'm excited for that. I'm excited
Mhm.
for that.
Mhm.
I think
Mhm.
I see the value in that. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
Metaphysical.
cool.
Yeah.
So do you have any what you would consider like spiritual practices? Like, how do you get inspiration? Do you meditate, contemplate, read? What do you how do you what do you do?
Yeah. Um, I really stayed away from a lot of the stuff because I was so just shocked from getting away from the Mormon side of things. And it's just really been, and again, lucky timing towards the end of 2019, this is even before cutting my parents off, and it wasn't even as conscious thoughts of like, but had opened the door to kind of community again, and reconnecting with people. And because the fear is you'd go down the wrong path. You just suddenly are like, yeah, you get out of one hole, and then you get out and you just like get back into another one. But that's holding me back, because that's actually maintaining the false assumption I had while I was Mormon. I'm not going to fall in all these other holes. There's plenty to fall into potentially, but I can keep my eyes up. I'm not going to accidentally join a cult. I'm not going to accidentally, become a part of some other, um, and so, eyes wide open. But then it's also like, oh wait, but community is a nice thing to have. It's a needed thing for humans, and opening that door again, and just surprising how quickly, I've been able to find that. And I go, and it's open-minded, and I'll go do things. I mean, I went to like this like full moon ceremony like a few months ago, and just was like, cool, this is just someone's, this is their take, and this is their experience. And it didn't have to be that I literally thought, some moon goddess or something was, blessing us, or something like that. But
What
just,
community was it? Was it like a religious community or?
no. And that's the thing, that like San Francisco is a great place for that, that it is sort of this group that's just sort of like this, the group itself is just a group of friends. It's like they have like a community living home, and they run like a tea house, but it's not like on like some particular philosophy that they're pushing this way or other. It's just like global consciousness and connectivity. And there's plenty of people that will tap in, within that
Modern
space.
hippies.
Yeah. Modern hippies. Yeah. Really. I mean, and great people though, really great people, but a lot of just very open-mindedness. in the sense of that it isn't this one particular philosophy. It's just, it genuinely is a space where there's the room. If you want to come and you have like full on Christian faith or Mormon or whatever, there would be a place. If you want to come and you have full on tarot cards and crystal balls, if you want moon goddesses and you know, whatever, all the flavors, Wicca, witchcraft, whatever, like it's just, it's an open to people experiencing, you know, in their own way, how they have kind of these connections and things and kind of have these experiences. And so, you know, going and just being, not to fall into like the woo woo of it, but sort of like, okay, this is cool and this is beautiful. Like this is someone's way of processing the universe and the way they're describing it. And how can I be open-minded with this? And I'll find moments, you know, where I bristle, like my guard starts to go way up. I'm like, this is feeling religious ceremony-ish. And I'll like massive, like realize how much like, oh, the guard comes up. I am very cautious of that. But also recognizing like, no, like I'm not going to fall back into that. And, you know, so what I would break it down, you know, for me, things like mindfulness and just having deeper conversations with people and being open. And yeah.
Are you happy?
Back and forth. I'm working on it. It's been a hard place for me to get to. It's happiness seemed for a very long time like something that just wasn't going to be my lot in life. And you know, with all the Mormon things like that, it was like, it just, that just might not be what life has in store for me. You know, some people just have to suffer their whole lives, but then that's okay, because then there's heaven. And now I'm more open to the idea of like, oh, like it is okay for me to be happy. And it's a lot of processing still. It's a lot of, you know, continuing on the journey out, but you know, it's fun to be experiencing it.
All right, Ryan and I, we took a quick break and now we're back. So yeah, so just Ryan, before we conclude, just last couple of questions. So since you've left the church, what would you say have been the most like eye-opening or broadening experiences that you did not practice while you were at church?
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, it's fun being in a place now where I can experience a lot of different things, and I'm far more open, and that covers on everything. You know, connecting with people. We talked about some of that. Looking at my own self and exploring different things there, and different ideas, different information. There's a lot of things. But then just, you know, really in a practical sense, and it's almost cliche in the Mormon church of, you know, the way people leave and then they're like, oh, substances. And to talk about that, I mean, that was another thing I was very zealous about while I was Mormon. It was a word of wisdom. I was very, very zealous. I was like so on the ball with everything Mormon. It's like the one thing was just like the gay stuff. Everything else was like to the max. And so what's funny, that carried over. I talk about leaving the LDS Church, you know, the early 2016, you know, there wasn't like, and then I rushed down and I started drinking and doing like, no, it's still like, you still find your place. You're still finding out like, what is the things. And what I really learned, and it's funny to forget so fast how I was so stuck in viewpoints, but that like certain things were so bad. But example, you know, actually getting to a point, about a year after I left the LDS Church, I tried weed, cannabis for the first time. And, you know, it's just been a curiosity, and it's obviously like big in pop culture. It's becoming more and more legal across everywhere in the States. And, you know, we'll see how that goes, you know, but it was another example for me of where I'd just taken assumptions I'd been given as the default. And it was, you do one little thing of anything and, you know, you're going to be addicted, and you're straight on down a road to, you know, homelessness, in the street, addicted to some substance, or death, you know, just die, or all of these things are just bad. It's just this absolutism. And as I got past the Mormon church, you know, one of the big challenges has been recognizing, wait, what other areas am I doing the same thing? It isn't just the Mormon church. I talked about my family dynamic, but talked about these other things. But how about racial inequality? How about income inequality? How about male, female, and the way women, and substances and media and all of these other things, and recognizing, oh, that extends a lot. And back focusing on the substances and admitting that, so that was the first thing I did. And it was just amazing. It was literally, I remember the first time I got high, and it was with this like long time, good friend, and very familiar user, and just kind of casually offered, and I was like, yeah.
So that was high on weed, not alcohol or something.
Just weed. Yeah, no, never had no alcohol, no coffee. We were the kind of Mormons that were, you don't even use alcohol in your food. Like if we're at a restaurant, like, was this cooked with any alcohol? I mean, it was like, which is silly. I mean, first I was like, oh, come on, but no. But weed was the one that was like kind of enticing. And I read about it. I went full nerd, it's never underestimated the ability of like an adult to try a substance for the first time. It's a very, very different thing than you think, this whole like kids making stupid decisions. I nerded out. I read for weeks and I mean, longer, reading about like, is this really addictive? Is this going to melt my brain? Is like, and you sort through and you're like, oh, this is actually, cannabis there's no known fatal quantity you can consume. It's like exceptionally uncommon to get addicted. It's exceptionally uncommon to have any kind of side effects or negative effects. I mean, there's anything, it's a lot more like, I mentioned chocolate cake at one point in our chat, and it's a lot more like, the biggest risk of cannabis is kind of like the biggest risk of chocolate cake. It's like, like if it's just all you eat, or you eat, too much, like, but again, it's not going to kill you. And it was amazing. I was literally just like walking around the first time I'd done it, like, oh, this is why people do this. Like, it was just so fun. I know it's silly sounding or whatever, but it was like, I get it. It's just the chemical reactions that you get. And it was like being at Disneyland or being at, this thing. And it just, not I was hallucinating or something, but just literally you asked me before happiness, and I'm sort of like, I wishy-washy. And that was something that was like, oh, like, this is just joy. I'm just feeling joy.
So so you're saying it doesn't make you aggressive like alcohol can make you aggressive, or it doesn't make you lose your sense, like deteriorate your sense perceptions or anything?
Yeah, I mean, you're stoned. It's its own thing. Every substance is its own thing, and then you realize post-Mormon, like, why these substances exist. Frankly, even some of the really bad ones, you realize, wait, no, the vast majority of people that do those substances have good experiences on them. They wouldn't be what they are if most people that did them died or got sick or injured or were addicted. People wouldn't do them. And that has been a funny thing for me to explore, to sort of recognize, like, oh, okay, I'm not some like big time drug user or something, but recognizing that it's like, again, it's the all or nothing thinking that's been left behind, to think that like you can responsibly use substances from time to time. And that led to be more clear. That led to, it wasn't a gateway, it wasn't whatever, but it was, probably another year. And I had alcohol for the first time. Alcohol, I think the irony is alcohol is legal. And wow, my direct experience is now it is so much more of a clumsy drug. Alcohol, you can kill yourself in one session of just drinking too much alcohol. You really have to binge it, but you can. And you can get addicted, and you can cause all kinds of health problems. Like, dang it, that one's legal? And it's just sloppy. It's also, cheers to whoever likes it. But me coming into this late, weed's a lot more fun than alcohol is. But, alcohol, like, hey, time and place, like, it's kind of like, okay, there's something to this too. And then it's funny, it was even longer after that. I tried coffee for the first time, and coffee is like, okay, I kind of like it, but I'm not a regular coffee drinker. But it's like, okay, I'm not doing tobacco, not doing cigarettes. I don't no need to go there. Another just fun branch though has been trying some of the different psychedelics. Psychedelic substances, LSD, mushrooms, those do start to get, I mean, within some of the other ones, I guess really to name, I'm just naming things, but I mean, ketamine, DMT, MDMA, those last three in particular, I mean, kind of with any of those, but getting past these old notions too, again, not just Mormon, our society has a lot of these old notions, but they can be just fun. But it also, the data that we're increasingly getting, and it's been hard to even collect this data because they've been so restricted, but it's showing more and more like the power that they have on treating things like PTSD and depression and these other just major conditions. And I've definitively seen, I've tried different substances and I have not had any problems or see even the path. Again, I nerd out on all this stuff. I read all about it. I get all familiar chemical composition and what are the real risks? What am I actually doing to my body? And it's just.
Are they addictive or?
No, I mean, the psychedelics, especially not. That's the fun, like you try mushroom. I mean, like mushrooms or something. I mean, you think some of them and it's, people don't even fundamentally understand, like, no, you wouldn't even, they're not addictive. They're just outright not addictive, but you do them and you realize like, oh yeah, like this wouldn't be addictive. Like I wouldn't want to. It's
yeah.
Yeah.
I just gonna insert that I just finished listening to Sam Harris's book, Waking Up.
Okay,
and he describes the psychedelic experiences, and he said that his first 10 or 12 times that he took DMT, I think it was, were like these very super like positive visionary experiences, but then he also had some like really harrowing negative experiences that basically where in the first 10 times he had been shown heaven and then he was shown hell, and it felt like it's everlasting, and you kind of like you feel like you lose the sense of self and so forth. So it was interesting for me to read of his experiences.
Yeah, that's funny you bring that, because it's one of those, hearing other people talk about the way they kind of wake up with something like a psychedelic experience. And then I talk to people, though, having left the religious communities, faith communities, Mormon church, other experiences, and it's wow, we are a funny, pretty rare group to really be able to fundamentally, there's one thing to sort of like become passive, that's always was, you're a Mormon, like, oh, don't go inactive. And people do, they just sort of drift. But for those of us that actually have the conscious, wait a second, the recognition and transition past those, that's like waking up, and it's, without drugs. And as I've researched a lot of things, thinking like, if I can do this, how do other people do this, and all these things. And it's like, oh, wow, it's actually remarkably difficult. It's incredibly difficult for people to sort of have that experience. And drugs often are one of those ways that have helped people, and then it's just truly exceptional to do it without it, to just sort of come to those conclusions, just mentally, because you start to understand the mind and the way that our brains send signals back and forth. It's you can think of it as mechanical. You think of it as like a little maze you're trying to draw out with a pen, find the way out of the maze. Like, that's just the path the signals follow in our brains, and our brains just work that way. And so when we are suddenly saying, this is how our brains work, and we're consciously saying, no, like, go this different way, breaking out of that maze, that's been our faith backgrounds or something, that's huge. Whereas drugs, often one of the most, common effects is that it calms parts of the brain, depending on which ones, but it calms parts of the brain, excites other parts of the brain. Net is, in a lot of ways, it does that same thing. It just lets your brain start to run free range instead of just path. And then your brain can just, whoa, mind expansion, all of these things. So I'm so glad I got there without the drugs, without things like that. They've had fun experiences and really some profound and some really healing, frankly, and a lot of these things, really healing experiences. But to be able to do that without that, and I recognize how hard it is, and it's something for me. I'm trying to show patience. I don't think I can really change people's minds or wake them up. It's something that people have to do, and giving myself a little bit more credit that like, yeah, I did something that actually is very, very, very difficult for
Yeah.
people to do, and I was able to do it. Yeah.
So just to be, let's say, correct and then say and remind people that there are also narcotics that are dangerous to health, like
Yeah.
heroin and whatever they are. I don't even know all of them, but so before you take any drugs, you always have to do your homework and look for information in the best possible sources.
Yeah.
I haven't
100%.
done I haven't done any myself, just to be on the record. So
Which is okay. I mean, and I do. I mean, yeah, it's a cool experience. It's been part of my process too, to recognize like that has been part of it. Beyond, getting to a certain point, it was a few years, obviously, post Mormon, that I was even open to doing things like that. And it has been like that. And it doesn't seem like it's something that just, I think it's just an experience, I think it's just something else. It isn't a lifestyle or some other, replacement philosophy. It's just, more things to try. So, less things to be scared of, I would say, but also, yeah, be aware, be cautious. And it isn't like you have to do this or you don't have to do it, but it is in this solid category, I would say, of that there is a lot more out there in the world that's fun to experience and can broaden your experience and enhance to living life, that aren't going to derail you. They aren't going to harm you.
Mhm,
And you try it or not. I say there are cool things to try.
mhm,
But
mhm.
yeah.
All right. So, and just final question, because my my computer is starting to run out of disk space. But just if you want to comment on, like, do you want to, or do you intend to? Is it your dream to be married and have and grow and raise children?
Yeah. That, I don't know what my dreams are right now, kind of in a general sense. I've been impatient with myself over the last few years, quite a few times, of wondering if I'm stuck or if I've gone astray. Um, Not regret the decisions I made. That's crystal clear. I've never actually doubted on that, on leaving the LDS Church. That it is never, there's never been. It is just, like I said, when it clicked, it clicked. But I don't have all the other answers. And what I'm finding is I'm just, okay, it's a process. I'm having to grieve my faith community, my family, my beliefs, like a lot of this ways of thinking and how I was. And it's still this journey. And so I'm finding I'm just more and more open to whatever it brings. And have now had relationships for the first time, actual, good relationships, not like the weird manipulative story I told, and